Chapter 522. Undying Heavenly Emperor. Legend has it that he almost surpassed deities. Not even the archaic races were sure if he had ever existed, so one could imagine just how miraculous he was. Was Undying Mountain truly something he evolved? This wasn't too likely. He had already died during the archaic years, so there was no way he could have lived until the future. Immortals were illusory, and even archaic emperors couldn't live forever. There was a time when they passed away. The monkey's old father was like this. After experiencing endless years, his age was terrifyingly ancient, terrifying to the extreme, yet he still couldn't live forever. Undying Taoist. Yi Fan thought of the Undying Taoist on the sacred cliff. That cliff was cut off from Undying Mountain, and the death of the great completion divine physique might very well be related to it. Later on, he was suppressed by Great Emperor Wuxia with the divine seal. From this, it wasn't hard to see how terrifying the Undying Taoist was. He was definitely an unmatched existence that could contend against ancient great emperors. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such accomplishments. Undying Heavenly Emperor definitely isn't him. If he truly existed, then he would be an expert that almost surpassed deities. The monkey said. After hearing everything about the sacred cliff, he came to this conclusion. His words were full of praise for the Undying Heavenly Emperor. He is a deity in the hearts of countless archaic races. No one in the heavens above or earth below could defeat him. The monkey said with a sigh. His old father was an archaic emperor. After experiencing endless years, he intimidated the entire archaic years, yet he still died in front of him, his lifespan drying up. He personally saw the fall of a generation's emperor of fighting. Even though he knew that his old father was world-shaking and unmatched, he still believed that the Undying Heavenly Emperor was a bit stronger. It was because this was the deity in the archaic race's hearts. It was too illusory, and no one could confirm whether or not he existed. He was completely regarded as a legend by the people, almost needing to be worshipped. It is most likely that there was someone who incomparably revered the Undying Heavenly Emperor, and that is why they named Undying Mountain like this. The existence that resided there might have a bit of relationship with him, perhaps obtaining his inheritance. The monkey said, "What a pity, what a pity. Emperor of fighting, Undying Heavenly Emperor, these types of grand existences couldn't become immortals either, dying in the passage of time. Wasn't it the same for the ancient emperors of the human race? In the end, didn't they all fall one after another?" Emperor Vicious was so amazing and terrifying. He looked down on the world and was invincible. In the end, he even gave birth to a divine fetus and lived longer than ordinary great emperors. However, he still disappeared in the river of time. That's right. How many heroes have turned to dust? Great Emperor Wuxia was the greatest throughout the ages. He stood proudly in the universe, but in the end, he was defeated by time and passed away in meditation in the Purple Mountain. No matter how great the ancient emperors and great emperors were, not a single one of them could survive. This in itself was a great sorrow. Immortals were things that people yearned for, but they couldn't touch them. How many races, how many unparalleled figures were born throughout the ages, yet none of them were able to undo the shackles of fate. Little Nan Nan tugged at the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, raised her childish little face, and asked tenderly, "Big brother, what is a god?" It's also a kind of illusory existence, just like immortals. Perhaps it's a legend that was derived from the most powerful person in the ancient times after he was deified, Yi Fan replied. Why can't we be sure if they exist? The little fellow's eyelashes trembled. The black and white in her big eyes were distinct and incomparably pure. That's right. It's precisely because they can't be understood and are shrouded in a mysterious veil that there are all kinds of legends and such titles. Yi Fan patted her head and said, "Perhaps immortals and gods were created like this. The theory of no immortals." The monkey's eyes were a little dim as he thought of his father again. The Emperor of Fighting was one of the most powerful existences throughout the ages. It was said that he contended with the heavens for supremacy, suppressed the sun and moon with his hands, and plucked the stars with a flick of his fingers. However, he also passed away with regret because he was an immortal. Unparalleled experts don't respect immortals, but in the end, having no faith is also a kind of sorrow. These were the monkey's father's last words. In the future, little Nan Nan believes that Big Brother is a god. Does that mean that Big Brother will evolve into a real god? Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and said in a whimsical manner. The large black dog mumbled something. No one heard it clearly, but Yi Fan's heart stirred. Little Nan Nan was a nascent soul. What kind of background did she have? They asked the monkey many questions. Unfortunately, he was too young back then, and his understanding was really limited. He wasn't a pure living fossil, so he couldn't provide more answers. In the past, we always referred to the primordial emperors and the royal clan as the primordial kings. Only now do we know that there's actually a difference. There are only a few primordial emperors. The forbidden ancient realm. The monkey frowned. After hearing the few of them describe the exact location, he seemed to have thought of something. This forbidden area didn't exist in the primordial age. It had evolved later. He pondered for a long time before saying, "If I'm not wrong, the mysterious primordial humans appeared there." In the primordial age, the forbidden ancient realm was extremely mysterious. It was rumored to be related to the outer realm. It was very likely that it was connected to the Ziwei ancient imperial star, and there was an ancient path hidden there. Yi Fan's heart stirred. There was indeed a 5-colored altar beneath the ancient abyss. It was definitely an ancient path in the galaxy. Could it be that it had existed for so long? The world is going to be chaotic. Without powerful strength, we won't be able to establish a foothold in the future. The kings of the human race will appear at the same time, and the Extraordinary Scholar Academy will reopen. The primordial races will return, and divine spirits will also appear. This is really a chaotic world, the large black dog mumbled. Hearing him say this, the few of them all felt pressured. In the future, the world would definitely be ruled by the strong. Ordinary cultivators would most likely not be enough. If all those races appeared, heaven knew what kind of flourishing era it would be. At that time, there might even be a shocking battle between the emperors and sovereigns. Since ancient times, there has never been 2 great emperors born in the same era. However, this time is a little mysterious. It's too long ago. In the present day, even a single saint has appeared. The few of them chatted as they walked forward, strolling in the Jade Lake Pure Land. They were not in a hurry to return to the purple bamboo forest where they resided. The Jade Lake was very vast, and there were all kinds of terrains. After passing through the hilly region, they arrived at the shore of a group of lakes with beautiful scenery. There were many lakes here, and they were like mirrors. They sparkled and reflected soft light. Every small lake was clear and translucent, and there were all kinds of strange fish and auspicious beasts in the water. Beside the lakes, the scenery was picturesque. Weeping willows were like smoke, divine trees were sparkling, and fresh flowers were blooming. Petals fell like rain, and waves of fragrance wafted through the air. There were many lakes here, and the scenery was picturesque. There were some elites of the younger generation strolling here, making friends and talking about something. Once Yi Fan and the others arrived here, they discovered a few holy maidens. Every single one of them was surrounded by some young men. They were all in the center, and they were surrounded by others. Are these people trying to steal those holy sons' women? Luko asked. His eyes darted around, sweeping his gaze here and there. Don't cause trouble. Wu Zhongtian reminded. They are nothing. How can they be as fierce as little Yi? For the sake of the innate saint physique, he cultivated a second Wu Shi and directly killed the Purple Mansion Saint. He's so fierce. They are just playing around. Why does everything have a different meaning when it comes out of your mouths? Yi Fan glared at them a few times. We are speaking the truth. Great Emperor Wu Shi is so powerful. Before becoming a god emperor, he caught an extreme saint weapon with his bare hands. Since ancient times, who has been able to do that? Jiang Huairan said. If there is a chance to cultivate such a descendant, we will snatch the child's mother even if we have to. Li Heishui said. Bad guy, names like Heishui? Your grandfather is really far-sighted. He has already predicted your temperaments, Yi Fan teased. Little Yi, we are doing this for your own good. The second great emperor Wuxia, this is the first opportunity that can be replicated. Luko called out, F***CK. The large black dog was very unhappy to hear this, but in the end he nodded and said, this is a rare opportunity. It is very worth considering. If such a physique appears, I will go all out and send him to the Purple Mountain. In the future, he will be able to defeat all the kings. There was a young man in front of them. His whole body was overflowing with holy light, and every strand of his hair was sparkling. It was the Yaoguang saint. He had awed all his peers in the Eastern Barren Territory, and he was like the sun in the sky. Beside him, there were many female disciples of the great sects, and there were also a few male disciples. Like stars surrounding the moon, they surrounded him. Brother Yi. The Yaoguang saint looked over. Then he parted the crowd and walked over. Those beautiful women and a few male followers all looked surprised. They were all disciples of famous sects, so they naturally knew everything that Yi Fan had done. Nowadays, he was the only person who had consecutively killed a saint. He had the power to suppress the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. At present, there were no more than 5 people who could compete with him. When these people faced Yi Fan, they were all slightly nervous. This delicate and handsome youth looked harmless, but he was definitely a killing god. This was a kind of might. Now, Yi Fan could faintly intimidate the majority of the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory, giving them a strong sense of oppression. I heard that you have also been targeted by the ancient killer god dynasty. We have become brothers in hardship, Yi Fan said with a smile. I really don't know who hired them to kill me. The Yaoguang saint shook his head. The smile on his face did not diminish, and his whole body was exuding a golden light. Didn't they fail? They really want to destroy their own reputation. The ancient killer god dynasty is only SOSO. Yi Fan said. Brother Ye's cultivation level is unfathomable. Perhaps you will really put the ancient killer god dynasty on the spot. The Yaoguang saint smiled and said, however, don't be careless. In this period of time, they have already consecutively killed 29 seniors. Among them was a sect leader, and they have not failed once. Is that so? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Before, they misjudged Brother Yi and focused on training the younger generation. If they keep failing, they will definitely send out the older generation to kill you mercilessly. The heirs of the large sects were mainly women. They quietly watched the two talk, and no one dared to interrupt them. They all had a trace of respect. If the two of them fought, no one could be sure who would live and who would die. But the winner would definitely be able to fight for the position of number 1 among the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, the two of them were both smiling without a trace of hostility. It was difficult to cause sparks to fly and fight. Brother Yi. The Super Yen Saint, Xianxia, walked over with a smile on his face. Beside him were the Dao Yi Saint and a few heirs of the top sections. Killing intent rose in Yi Fan's heart. That night, Xianxia had definitely appeared and wanted to attack, but in the end, he did not enter Wuxia's killing matrix. He hated this kind of person who was a gentleman in public but sinister behind his back. However, a bright smile hung on his face, and his killing intent was not obvious. Xianxia, long time no see, said Wu Zhongtian. Wu Zhongtian said with a cold smile on his face. That night, they all knew that this person had appeared. Xianxia did not mind. The Dao Yi Saint walked up side by side and greeted them calmly. Yi Fan also smiled insincerely and responded warmly. He also said a few polite words to the disciples of the top sections. What a pity! The Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint will never appear again. Xianxia shook his head. I never thought that they would actually provoke Brother Yi. The Dao Yi Saint also sighed. Yi Fan and the others were startled. They had not expected them to bring up this matter. They did not know what they meant. On the other side, the Yaoguang Saint smiled and did not say anything. Hearing this, the other disciples all began to discuss and beat around the bush. They asked Yi Fan about it, but no one dared to ask directly because it was too sensitive. A cold snort was heard. A few elders from the lakeside in the distance looked over coldly and stared at Yi Fan. Damn it! Yi Fan's heart turned cold. The Great Yen Saint and the Dao Yi Saint's reminder caused the others to discuss, but they themselves did not say anything. In the distance, a few grand elders of the Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint happened to pass by. It was too much of a coincidence. You are that divine body? A purple-clothed elder's expression was ice-cold as he stared at him. That's right, it's me, Yi Fan replied calmly. Now, everyone knew that Yi Fan had killed the Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint. However, no one pointed it out. After all, the two of them had concealed their faces when they went to kill Yi Fan. Heroes come from the young. Another elder's voice was bone-chilling, and there was obvious killing intent. You flatter me. Yi Fan was really calm and acted like he didn't care. At that moment, the elders' expressions darkened. The two saints of the two families had been killed by this person in front of them. This made them infuriated. To the two great sage saints, this was a humiliation. However, they could not kill Yi Fan in front of everyone. They did not dare to do so at all. After all, there was an ancient saint behind him. He couldn't make a big show of himself, but if someone secretly got rid of Yi Fan, then that would be a different matter. It's not a good thing for young people to be so aggressive. Showing off one's abilities easily leads to premature death. The elders' killing intent surged towards Yi Fan. It was very difficult for outsiders to sense it, so they could not attack immediately. However, they had already made a decision in their hearts. Yi Fan did not care. The other party could only show their killing intent. He believed that they would not dare to kill him in public. Since ancient times, many peerless geniuses have fallen in their youth. Many amazing geniuses are too arrogant and do not know their limits. It is very difficult for them to grow. The elders' expressions became colder and colder, revealing their killing intent. Is that so? Yi Fan didn't seem to mind. He gave them a few indifferent looks and said, I heard that 2 holy children have fallen. Sigh, perhaps they were just too stunning. They were all exceptional geniuses, what a pity. As soon as he said this, the elders almost vomited blood from anger. This was simply hurting their lungs and liver. If they were to use their words, they would almost choke to death. A bunch of old things. The monkey suddenly spoke. He was in human form and looked like a young man in his 20s. No one knew where he came from. Hearing him speak like this, they were all shocked. Junior, didn't your elders teach you how to respect your elders? You are so young, but you dare to speak nonsense in front of your elders. You don't know what's good for you. The elders' expressions were cold. They naturally did not know that this was a sacred battle ape. Flaunting your seniority. Obviously scram. The monkey was quite domineering. His eyes straightened as he berated the elders in front of everyone. Chapter 523. You, at such a young age, you have no respect for your elders. How dare you speak to us like this? I will discipline you on behalf of your elders. An old man waved his sleeves, aiming straight for the monkey's face. It was as if he wanted to break his teeth and humiliate him. The old man's cultivation level surpassed that of the dragon transformation's secret realm. At their level, if they were to land a hit, even godly metal would shatter, let alone flesh and blood. Bang! The monkey was not afraid. He casually waved his hand, and Battle Saint light gushed out like a rainbow. His entire body was dyed golden. Pop! The old man's sleeves instantly became a tattered fishing net, torn apart by the golden essence chi. His sleeves fluttered like butterflies. Who are you? He rapidly retreated, feeling that something was wrong. A mountain-like pressure rushed towards him. The monkey's speed was too fast. The Battle Saint light flashed and disappeared. He took a big step forward, and his golden hand came down, sucking away all the essence chi in the air. Bang! The old man's arm immediately bent and was broken by the monkey's slap. He broke out in cold sweat on the spot. You want to slap my face just because you're old? The monkey's temper was very explosive. As a member of the Battle Saint tribe, he feared nothing in the world. Boom! He sent the old man flying with a slap, and then slapped down again, directly smashing the old man into the ground like a stake. You think you can teach me a lesson? Even if an ancient saint comes back to life, he doesn't have the qualifications. The monkey was furious. His background was too shocking, and he indeed had the confidence to say such words. His father was the battle saint emperor of the primordial era, looking down on the world with disdain. In the past, even such a powerful father had never spoken to him like this. He was naturally not happy with the arrogant words of the Z Palace old man. You really think you're the reincarnation of an ancient emperor? You actually want to discipline this old man? You're really tired of living. Li Heishui grumbled. Junior you. The old man who was smashed into the ground was also furious. He began to struggle violently. But the monkey didn't say anything else and went up to slap him. He coldly laughed and said, You dare to teach me a lesson on behalf of my father? Stop! A few elders at the side stepped forward and attacked the monkey at the same time. Cold electricity shot out from the monkey's golden eyes. He didn't care at all. He swung his hand and slapped the old man over 10 times. The old man who had fallen to the ground spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was in a sorry state. Buzz! The void trembled. Several elders were furious, large hands covering the sky, wishing to suppress him, all of them forcing him over. Bang! Bang! The monkey was as fast as lightning, clashing a palm strike with each of them. Battle's sacred light gushed out, illuminating the surrounding lake in a resplendent manner. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone retreated together as their arms went limp. They couldn't stop the monkey even if they joined forces. All of them were injured. Who exactly are you? They knew that this was definitely a terrifying existence, and it was likely that he was even stronger than the Holy Master. After all, they weren't ordinary Supreme Elders. They were already half-step almighties, yet they couldn't fight back at all. If this person wanted to kill them, it wouldn't take much effort. I don't want to kill anyone in the Jade Lake. All of you scram. The monkey's golden eyes opened, powerful and domineering. In the surroundings, all the saints, saintesses, and the descendants of the supreme sects were all tongue-tied. Who is this master? He even dared to berate a half-step almighty like this. How terrifying! He can even suppress a half-step almighty with a raise of his hand. When did such a god appear? He isn't any weaker than a peak holy master, and he doesn't look very old. At this time, not to mention Xianxia, even the Alcade saint revealed a strange expression. He stared at the battle's sacred ape thoughtfully. As for the others, they were all moved. Everyone was uneasy. The monkey looked to be about the same age as them, yet he had such battle prowess. This was somewhat frightening. A few elders were so angry that their bodies were trembling. What about me? Hurry up and disappear. If you dare to speak to me like an elder again, I'll smash all of you with a rod. The monkey swept his gaze over them. A young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old was arrogant and disdainful, looking down on the half-step almighty of the older generation. It was unknown how many years it had been since such a scene had happened. Good, good, good. A few elders turned around and left. Before they left, they glared at the monkey a few times. You still dare to have killing intent? The monkey was different from ordinary people. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp. Without another word, he slapped over again. Pa, pa. A few elders wanted to resist, but they were all sent flying. Many parts of their bones were broken, and they were sent flying hundreds of feet away like scarecrows. A few of them almost fell into a lake. They landed miserably and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were all pale, and at the same time, they revealed looks of astonishment. Brother Monkey, you're powerful enough. Jiang Huiran grinned, and he almost laughed out loud. In the surroundings, the others were all incomparably respectful. Facing such an expert, no one dared to get close. Battle's sacred tribe. In the distance, beside a lake, a purple-clothed girl softly said. No one heard her. She was as beautiful as heaven and earth, and purple light surrounded her body. Xianxia Dao embryo. Li Heishui exclaimed in a low voice. Sister-in-law, the second is Wu Shi's mother. Lu Ko was even more direct. In the surroundings, everyone was speechless. They had all heard rumors about the Xianxia Dao embryo, But they didn't think that these people would really have such thoughts. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with strange expressions. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was as ethereal as a fairy. She turned and left as if she didn't want to meet them. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she seemed transcendent. "This brother is..." Saint Son of Grand Yen, Xianxia spoke. He felt uneasy in his heart. He didn't think that there would be such an expert beside Yi Fan. Saint Sun Dao Yi was also paying attention. He was anxious to know who the monkey was. He exchanged a glance with Saint Son of Grand Yen, and then he also went up to ask about the monkey. The monkey didn't like to bother with them, and this made the group of people feel bored. They dispersed unhappily. Yi Fan felt a cold, killing intent flash by. His divine sense was extremely powerful, and he could keenly sense the source. Holy Maiden of all beginnings. In the distance, a woman walked over gracefully. Her back was beautiful and moving. Beside her was Yao Shi. She was like a fairy from a painting, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her black hair reached her waist, and she was extremely intelligent. "I finally know why Great Emperor Wuxia is the enemy of the world. Killing one will implicate many. He can't be defeated, and he will always kill." Yi Fan sighed. The surrounding people were horrified. Now that he was known as the Saint's Son Killer, could it be that he wanted to start a massacre? 5 days later, the Jade Lake meeting began. The Pure Land was bustling with noise and excitement. Lords from all over came to visit, and experts from all over the world gathered. The Jade Lake meeting was also known as the Feast of Peaches. It was held every 500 years, and experts as common as clouds would come to participate. However, this time, it was different from the past. Some strange stones were involved, and the heroes were allowed to watch. "It really is like a meeting of immortals," Yi Fan exclaimed. This was a jade palace floating in the air. There were lotus ponds and flowers everywhere, and mist curled up beneath their feet. It was as if they were in the heavenly realm. People arrived on clouds one after another, and all of them had great backgrounds. It was as if they were immortals attending a meeting. Central Prefecture's Gu Hua Emperor has arrived. Arctic Divine Ice Palace Lord has arrived. Western Desert's Du Yi Divine Monk has arrived. Southern Mountains War God Temple's War King has arrived. Great characters appeared one after another. All kinds of divine carriages flickered with multicolored light as they crushed through the sky like the mounts of gods. At a glance, they were all pulled by flood dragons and flying phoenixes. Every beast was incomparably powerful and extraordinary. Do you see that Baldy's head is covered in layers of divine rings? His cultivation is terrifying. Lu Ko pointed out. Lower your voice, that's a divine monk from the Western Desert. His cultivation is terrifying. I think he's already an Arhat or even a venerable. Isn't the Arctic Divine Temple an ancient sacred land on the extreme ice field? Even their palace lord has come from so far away. The Jade Lake's face is really big. Southern Mountains War God Temple is said to have the secret to becoming a god. Even their war king has come. It wasn't just Li Heishui and the others who were discussing this. Great characters appeared one after another from all over the world, and there were even many eccentric people. Here, celestial music was playing and all kinds of spiritual birds and beasts appeared. On the white clouds, there were many palaces. Strange flowers bloomed and jade grass covered the ground. Immortal mist surged, but it was only knee-high. Many celestial cranes and phoenixes danced in the air while longevity apes carried peaches and poured wine. Why does it feel like I've arrived at the heavenly palace of legends? Yi Fan was astonished. Brother Yi. A clear laughter came from not far away. A man in golden battle clothes walked over with large strides. It was the descendant of the Gold Clan, Jin Qishao. Hee, Brother Jin. Yi Fan greeted him, but he was sneering inside. This person had once transformed into a god from the Dao Palace and entered Wu Shi's killing formation that night, but was killed by him. Behind him, an ancient golden chariot rumbled. There were ancient and mysterious markings engraved on it. 9 flood dragons pulled the chariot and stopped in the distance. The Gold Clan leader of the North Plains had arrived. Jin Qishao came with him. At this moment, He was extremely friendly when he saw Yi Fan. He didn't know that Yi Fan had already cultivated the divine eye and clearly had killing intent in his heart. Let's drink and chat merrily in a while. Jin Qishao laughed loudly and left with the clan leader. If I didn't cultivate the divine eye, it really would be hard to tell the sincerity from the lies. Yi Fan stared at his back and shook his head. The supreme expert of the human race, Nangong Zheng, has arrived. Someone shouted loudly. When these words were spoken, everyone was greatly shocked. Even a few great figures stood up from the bejeweled buildings and jade palaces, looking outwards. Clouds and mist surged and flower petals danced in the air. Each and every one of them was pure and translucent. A path paved by sparkling and translucent petals rushed over from the horizon in a perfectly straight line. The legendary human expert, Nangong Zheng, cultivated the art of longevity. He made plants his home and ate exotic plants to allay his hunger. He never lacked spiritual herbs by his side. Nangong Zheng appeared again. No one wasn't shaken. There had long been rumors that he passed away in meditation 500 years ago. However, no one expected him to appear in this world several years ago. After that, it was rumored that he and a group of living fossils from the eastern wasteland entered the Bronze Immortal Palace and never returned. However, he actually appeared again today. No wonder the elders all call him the Undying Nangong Zheng. Everyone wanted to know if he really entered the Bronze Immortal Palace and what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. I was lucky enough to escape from the Immortal Palace. Nangong Zheng let out a long sigh. When he said this, everyone was even more shocked. He actually really entered that terrifying bronze palace. One has to know that that was the tomb of a matchless expert. He actually came out alive. Many great characters came to greet him like stars surrounding the moon. They crowded him into the heavenly palace and wanted to know what happened. He also escaped. I wonder if he went even further than me and Jiziue. Yi Fan was astonished. The immortal character's killing intent penetrates through the past and present. There is heaven and earth within the mystery, the blood of an ancient great emperor. Nangong Zheng's words transmitted over. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other party definitely walked into the depths of the Bronze Immortal Palace and saw the immortal character carved by the undying Saint Blood. Could it be that he walked behind the mysterious gate? Chapter 524. The Bronze Immortal Palace was the tomb of a peerless monarch. Who knew how many heroes had been buried there? Every time it appeared, it would devour the lives of a group of peerless experts. Since ancient times, it had always been a mysterious place that no one could figure out. Nangong Zheng's return naturally caused a huge uproar. The older generation paid close attention to him and the various lords also came forward. The Celestial Palace was in an uproar. Everyone, I'll tell you everything I know. There's no need to be so anxious. Nangong Zheng smiled and walked into the Celestial Palace. He sat behind the jade table and drank a cup of wine. Everyone, there's no need to be like this. Since Brother Nangong has returned, do you think he doesn't know what happened? The Queen Mother of the West's cloudy hair was pulled up high with a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She was dignified, holy, beautiful, and graceful. The clamor disappeared and everyone returned to their seats. Most of the people in this celestial palace were either lords of a region or geniuses with extraordinary statuses. Immortal music rang out as the jade pool's beauties began to dance. Their clothes fluttered in the wind like fairies. White clouds curled under their feet as if they were in the moon palace. Outside the palace, phoenixes soared in the sky, beautiful like rainbows. Spiritual birds held Ganoderma in their mouths as propitious air descended. Longevity apes offered peaches, filling the air with fragrance. In front of the jade hall, Ganoderma and orchids were everywhere. Exotic plants were spewing smoke, fish and dragons were leaping in the lotus pond. The clouds were rosy, and gold overflowed. Yi Fan was fortunate enough to be at the bottom of the heavenly palace. Only divine lords were allowed to sit in the heavenly palace. He was invited here as an extraordinary person, and the jade pool treated him with great courtesy. In the entire hall, only he and the monkey were so young. The others were all thousands of years old. Most of them had white hair that fell to their shoulders and eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Adding the ages of a few people together, they were close to 10,000 years old. It could be said that everyone here had a terrifying background. Even the weakest among them was the #1 cultivator in the 1,000 countries. Many people revealed strange expressions when they looked at Yi Fan. He had killed saints in succession, and even the various lords were alarmed and paid close attention to him. People knew that he was qualified to sit here because he was the successor of the Yuan Taoist master. The Jade Pool was going to ask him to seal the King of the Stone. Most people didn't know where the monkey came from. He was proficient in the art of transformation and was comparable to Yi Fan's art of changing heaven and earth. Even a divine lord wouldn't be able to tell. King Yuan's lineage and the few living fossils of the ancient Genesis technique families had all cultivated the divine eye or the heavenly eye, which was a divine art that they had to learn. Only they knew the origin of the monkey. Yi Fan sat down and wanted to listen to Nangong Zheng talk about the mysteries of the Bronze Immortal Palace, but he never expected that it would be revealed. Soon, they would be drinking and talking about it. He retreated. There was nothing to talk about with these people. It was far better to drink and clink cups with Li Heishui and the others. The monkey also followed them out. He didn't know many people here, so he wasn't willing to drink with those old antiques. There was nothing to talk about. Outside the Heavenly Palace, there were many jade tables in the jade palaces. The fairies of the Jade Pool were flying on clouds, delivering all kinds of delicacies and fine wines. Little Yi, why did you come out? There will be Peach King of Immortality in the hall. Its medicinal power is strong and much bigger than the peaches outside, Li Heishui said. Yi Fan sat cross-legged behind a jade table and said with a smile, "It's fine. I'll go in later and bring some out for you." Little Nan Nan sat next to Yi Fan and obediently sat cross-legged. In the end, she found that she was almost submerged by the clouds. She was too young and immediately wrinkled her delicate little nose. The few of them laughed and carried the little fellow up, placing her on the jade table. Each person had a jade table, so no one would blame them. "Brother Yi, let me toast you." Jin Qishao walked over with a smile on his face. His golden battle robes flowed with brilliance, and he looked quite heroic. Yi Fan clinked cups with him and drank it in one gulp. He said with a smile, "I heard that Brother Jin was injured not long ago. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I don't know why, but the ancient Killer God dynasty also attacked me." Jin Qishao frowned. "We are in the same boat." Yao Guang Saint's son stood up and walked over with a jade cup. They stood together and naturally attracted a lot of attention. The other Eastern Wasteland heroes looked over at the same time, paying close attention. "You are the descendant of the Golden King bloodline." The monkey's golden eyes shot out lightning as he stared at Jin Qishao and said, "Unfortunately, your blood is no longer pure. Your bloodline is no longer as powerful as the immemorial emperor's." As soon as he said this, everyone looked over. Many people knew that the Golden Clan of Northern Plains was an immemorial race, but few would mention it because this topic was too sensitive. Unexpectedly, the monkey not only pointed it out, but also saw the problem of the bloodline inheritance. Jin Qishao revealed a strange expression, but he didn't say anything. He raised his cup and drank the wine. Caw! The fire crow let out a long cry and drew a black beam of light in the distance. It arrived in the blink of an eye like a black bolt of lightning, and an old Taoist wearing feathered robes appeared. "That's the Crow Taoist. He's still alive." Many elders were shocked. Yi Fan's heart also jumped. He had seen this peerless old demon in the 8th level of the fire domain. He had destroyed a pile of divine metal and killed a major character of the Ji clan with just a few blows. This is a giant of the demonic race, a character of the same generation as the Crimson Dragon Taoist. He has lived for more than 3,000 years and is half a generation older than all the Saint Masters. Those who recognized him all felt a chill down their spines and quickly got out of the way. This old demon hadn't appeared in the world for more than 1,000 years, but his ferocious name hadn't been forgotten. The Jade Pool's Supreme Elder welcomed him and politely invited him into the Heavenly Palace, not daring to be negligent. Not long after, the Longevity Ape began to offer peaches, and the Feast of Peaches of Immortality began. A few spiritual peaches were placed on every table, and their fragrance permeated the air. Everyone toasted and chatted loudly. The immemorial imperial race was about to come into the world, and the disciples of the Holy Lands had long since heard about it. They were all discussing it. Jiang Huairan and Li Heishui dragged Yi Fan and insisted on toasting. They purposely went to the saint and saintess. Let's see which saint is the weakest first. When the time comes, help us get rid of him and help us enter the eccentric college. Anyway, they all want to kill you, Lu Ko said very unkindly. Fairy is transcendent, with skin of ice and bones of jade. My heart yearns for you, but I feel inferior. Jiang Huairan chased after the saintess of all beginnings, chattering nonstop. Little uncle, what are you doing? Jiang Yifei's sister, Jiang Kaixin, happened to be standing at the side. She stepped forward to stop her bandit-like uncle and rebuked him. I want to find a little ant for you, Jiang Huairan muttered in a low voice. Jiang Kaixin was beautiful and lively. At this moment, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and glare at this little uncle. Damn it! The group of people glared at him, especially the disciples of all beginnings. Their saint was killed by Yi Fan, so they had already been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Xixia Fairy, have you heard of the innate saint physique? On the other side, Lu Ko asked the Purple Mansion saintess seriously and toasted her seriously. Pfft. Many people directly spat out the wine in their mouths after hearing this. This was too direct. The disciples of the Purple Mansion all stood up. Yi Fan walked over. He didn't deliberately release his aura, but there was a formless pressure that made everyone's heart palpitate. They all silently retreated. Now that the saint physique had been formed, he already had the power to intimidate his peers. Except for a few people, the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory couldn't compete with him. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. Many people ran toward the gate of the Heavenly Palace. All the saints and saintesses hurried over. They knew that the Heavenly Palace must be discussing something far-reaching. They didn't have the right to enter, but they could listen at the gate. Yi Fan and the monkey could enter, so they flew over. They didn't want to miss it. I saw the remains of many peerless experts in the Bronze Palace. Nangong began to narrate his experience. He and many living fossils who didn't have much lifespan left entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. It could be said that it was a narrow escape. Apart from him, everyone else had died inside. What Nangong said was almost the same as what Yi Fan had experienced. However, they had relied on absolute strength to fight their way in. They weren't like Yi Fan, who had relied on the power of the green bronze block to survive. Nangong group bled with every step. Chaotic sword rays shot out from inside and killed almost half of them. The gate of Yin Yang had also devoured a large number of old antiques. The immortal character is dripping with blood. It was carved in the primordial era and hasn't dried up even now. It emits an ancient killing intent. Nangong voice was gloomy as he slowly spoke. The group of living fossils joined hands and walked a step further than Yi Fan's group. They actually entered the world inside the mysterious gate. That kind of blood is extremely terrifying. 2 living fossil seniors went up to collect some for research, but as soon as they touched it, they turned to ashes. Nangong spoke. The terrifying experience made him frown slightly, as if there was still lingering fear in his heart. Yi Fan was horrified. He inwardly rejoiced that he didn't touch that terrifying immortal blood back then. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Is it really immortal blood? The Arctic Ice Divine Palace's mistress asked. A few seniors speculated that it was the blood of an ancient great emperor that could kill all creatures in this world. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. The ancient great emperors were too sensitive. Everything related to them could stir up heaven overflowing waves. An ancient great emperor died inside? No one believed it. Those people's names shook the ages and everyone in the world knew about them. Which one of them would die inside? The people here were all overlords of an area, the masters of this great land. They had seen many things, yet at this moment, they were still overwhelmed with shock. Those living fossil-level figures all came from the lands of the great sage. You all should know that their words should be trustworthy, right? Nangongzheng said. The heroes here naturally knew that those people were all people who were about to pass away in meditation in the lands of the great sage. Some of them were their senior brothers whose blood had dried up, and there were even some little martial uncle-level figures. Did the Bronze Immortal Palace exist in the archaic era? Yi Fan transmitted sound, secretly asking the battle's sacred ape. The monkey frowned and said, I seem to have heard my old father mention it before. Back then I was too young and my memories were blurry. I don't know the specifics. Yi Fan's heart was shaken. This Bronze Immortal Palace really was ancient enough, actually able to trace back to the archaic era. Nangongzheng and the others heard a few ancient scriptures there and were truly attracted. After walking into the mysterious gate, they were almost completely wiped out. Some kind of aura almost turned them all into powder. Just a type of aura almost tore you all apart? The people here were all stupefied and almost didn't dare to believe it. What kind of figures were those who entered? They all knew that they were all experts who stood at the peak. They wanted to find an opportunity to break through and prolong their lives, to walk a bit further on the path of cultivation. What kind of existence was that exactly? Everyone almost couldn't imagine it. That was the aura of Great Emperor Vicious. When Nangongzheng said this, everyone stood up in shock. What? This is impossible. Don't tell me he's still alive? He's probably one of the great emperors who has lived for the longest. It's at least 200,000 years since then. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were full of shock. This ancient great emperor was different from others. He was the enemy of the entire world, slaughtering his way through the world. He fought against all the experts under the heavens alone. His growth process was too bumpy, and he narrowly escaped death. However, it was also too terrifying. That was a path stained with blood, and it was practically a world of his own. I didn't say he was still alive. Nangongzheng shook his head. What exactly did you see? Why do you still have his aura? What did he leave behind? Why did he almost annihilate all of you? Everyone was extremely excited, and they urgently wanted to know the answer. This news was just too astonishing, and everyone's hearts were in turmoil. We saw the corpse of Great Emperor Vicious. Nangongzheng unhurriedly said. After they entered, they saw bright red blood. It was exactly the same as the blood of the immortal character, and there was no difference at all. That was a mysterious heaven and earth. Apart from this, there were some corpse fragments. Of course, there weren't many of them, but it was precisely the aura they emitted that turned some of the older generation experts into fine powder as soon as they approached. Great Emperor Vicious was dismembered? How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Who could injure him? Back then, he almost destroyed all the ancient inheritances under the heavens. Who could suppress him? Absolutely impossible. Even if he encountered the great emperors of the later generations, or the ancient emperors, he still wouldn't be defeated. Almost everyone was stupefied. They couldn't believe this news at all. Great Emperor Vicious had looked down on all of history, and there was absolutely no one who could mercilessly dismember him. It was indeed Great Emperor Vicious. When everyone heard this, they all quieted down and looked towards Nangongzheng. Chapter 525. Ruthless. These two words had shaken the ages. This was a title that instilled fear in people. An unrivaled character from past to present was actually dismembered. No one dared to believe this. Just how terrifying of an existence was that? The merciless great emperor represented unparalleled power, and his battle prowess was unparalleled throughout the ages, yet he ended up like this. There are only a few pieces of his corpse, but the killing intent could penetrate through the ages. I believe that apart from Great Emperor Ruthless, who had once bathed the world in blood, no other corpse could have such a powerful aura. Nangongzheng spoke. They were all shocked at that time. After careful analysis, they concluded that it was the flesh of an ancient great emperor, and it might even be the illusory, immortal. At that time, everyone was terrified to the extreme. An immortal or an ancient great emperor had been dismembered. Just who was it? They carefully searched and finally found the devil face imprint. It seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling, and there was radiance within the sorrow. It was incomparably lifelike, transcending the ancient era and directly entering everyone's hearts. This was the symbol of Great Emperor Ruthless from over 200,000 years ago. It's just an imprint. Perhaps Great Emperor Ruthless took action and killed that existence, leaving behind an imprint there. Someone spoke. Nan Gongjing shook his head and said, "After careful investigation, we discovered that there was more than one imprint. It was clear that Great Emperor Ruthless had lived there before." The corpse pieces were scattered all around Great Emperor Ruthless. All signs indicated that his flesh was separated when he was in seclusion. "Are you really sure that it was Great Emperor Ruthless?" Someone's voice was trembling. Just who was it that did all of this? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Great Emperor Ruthless had no enemies? This was impossible. "I am sure that it was Great Emperor Ruthless, because we also found traces of him planting divine medicines," Nan Gongjing said. "What?" Many people cried out in shock. Every great emperor had a stalk of immortal medicine planted, and their identities could be determined from the medicine alone. "You guys obtained the immortal medicine? Is it the legendary immortal treasure?" Everyone's breathing became hurried, almost ignoring Great Emperor Ruthless' life and death as they looked towards Nan Gongjing. The ancient great emperors had already passed away, but the immortal medicine they planted was still alive in this world. This was the most precious divine object, and not a single person did not covet it. This was especially true for the overlords present. Many of them were already close to 2,000 years old. They didn't have much lifespan left and were about to enter a declining period. So many years have passed and Great Monarch Ruthless has already passed away. How could his undying medicine still be there? It has already flown away. Nan Gongjing shook his head and shattered everyone's fantasies. They could only see the hole where the immortal godly herb had taken root, and traces of its aura left behind, but nothing else. Sovereign Monarch Vicious has been dismembered. Even the immortal herb he planted has been confirmed, so it must be him. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified. Shock was written all over their faces. This was like a fantasy story that left them in disbelief. A ruthless person who shocked past and present met his end just like that. No one knew who he died under. It truly was a type of sorrow. Even the primeval emperors ended up like this. How terrifying. Are you sure that it's the aura of the immortal dragon herb? Some people didn't quite believe it and confirmed it again. Yes. Nan Gongjing nodded. Great Monarch Ruthless' divine herb was something he had gotten from the 7 great forbidden zones. It was similar to Great Emperor Wu Shi's immortal divine phoenix herb. They were the most precious ones. Yi Fan was shocked. It was the immortal dragon herb that used to belong to Great Monarch Vicious. He gawked and dropped his jaw. Because he'd seen that divine medicine in the past, and it was in the northern territory right now. Shi Yen, Pang Bo, and Tu Fei had gone deep into the ice plain. They had met in the nest of 10,000 dragons. At that time, the immortal dragon herb was sleeping, and Shi Yen had almost caught it. "I can't believe I had such an encounter with Great Monarch Vicious. I almost got his immortal herb." Yi Fan sighed emotionally. All of a sudden, he remembered everything in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Besides the precious divine origin blocks, he had seen an ancient coffin floating. Great Emperor Wu Shi had been there. There was an ancient 5-colored sacrificial altar there. However, he didn't choose the nest of 10,000 dragons. Instead, he went to the Purple Mountain and didn't touch anything there. Yi Fan shuddered. He didn't continue to think about it, returning to reality. "Guys, perhaps we've made a mistake. The great ancient emperors didn't have a rival, especially the ruthless one. How could he have been cut into pieces?" Nan Gongjing said. "What do you mean?" Many people didn't understand. Don't forget the experience of the ruthless one. After he had proven his Tao, he created the undying heaven technique in his later years. Nan Gongjing looked at the saint sovereigns and said, "Actually, to solve this mystery, you guys just need to tell us the truth." Everybody was startled. They followed his line of sight and found that they all had a big background. They were from the strongest holy lands in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Jiang family, the Jade Pool, the Ji family, and the Alcade family, the four great sage families, all had holy weapons. Even if the other ancient inheritances were destroyed, they could protect themselves. 3 of their families had warriors who had proven their Tao and become great emperors. They were considered to have the most profound and immeasurable inheritances. People didn't know what the 3 great ancient emperors had left for them. I'm not the only one who came out of the bronze immortal palace alive. Someone had done it a long time ago. Nan Gongxing said slowly. Suddenly, people thought of a legend. Countless years ago, someone had brought out an immortal corpse from the bronze immortal palace. He died after coming out. According to the legend, that immortal corpse was divided equally by the great sage. It could be said that it was an example of the existence of immortals in this world. However, the great sage all denied it. They all said that they had never seen an immortal corpse and that everything was just a rumor. It's been who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Saint Sovereigns, can you tell us now? Nan Gongxing said. That's right. Your holy lands have obtained enough benefits and have already digested them. It's not a big deal to say it now. It's time to reveal the truth. Everyone spoke up, asking for the truth to be revealed. That was an example of coming into contact with an immortal. Even though the great sage denied it, everyone knew that they had obtained an immortal corpse. That was something from 70,000 years ago. Since fellow Taoists want to know, we might as well say it, Western Queen Mother of the Jade Lake said. At first, we really did treat it as an immortal corpse, but later on, we discovered that we might be wrong. Ji Clan's Saint Lord said. Back then, there were 6 great sages who divided the immortal corpse. Other than these 4 clans, there was also the Eastern Wasteland's oldest Wind Clan, as well as the Heavenly Jade Holy Land that had been destroyed 6,000 years ago. A peerless expert came out alive, and he brought out a broken and badly mutilated corpse that exuded a peerless killing intent. That cultivator suppressed the Eastern Wasteland 70,000 years ago. Some people said that he had already become an existence comparable to an ancient saint. However, after coming out with the corpse, he turned into a bloody paste. Now that I think about it, that should be the corpse of a great emperor. The Saint Lord sighed softly. One could speculate that their clans had obtained great benefits from it. The corpse of a great emperor could be refined into an extreme holy weapon. They divided the flesh equally, so it must be a priceless treasure. No wonder they denied it at that time. Such a large amount of immortal burial needed time to be digested. Western Queen Mother, Jiang Clan's Saint Lord, and the others described the appearance of the immortal corpse recorded in the ancient books and compared it with Nan Gongxing's description. Everyone was shocked to find that the so-called immortal corpse was most likely ruthless. Many crucial parts are missing, so we only divided 1/3 of the corpse. According to the wounds on the corpse, I think ruthless was too terrifying. He most likely wanted to live for a 3rd or even a 4th life. Nan Gongxing's words were earth-shattering. Ruthless first created the heaven-devouring demonic art. He killed all the kings and stepped on the corpses of countless heroes to become a great emperor. However, he shocked both the past and present. In his later years, he created the undying heaven art. He got rid of his demonic body and gave birth to a divine embryo, cutting off all karma. Moreover, he used this to live another life, and it was a frighteningly long time. He was the only person who created 2 ancient scriptures, which made people feel that it was almost illusory and unreal. Everyone says that the Bronze Immortal Palace is terrifying and is the graveyard of peerless experts. However, from what I saw, Ruthless was in seclusion there for a period of time. Nan Gongxing's words shocked everyone. He and those living fossils observed carefully and thought that Ruthless had lived there for a long period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planted the immortal herb in the Bronze Palace. We think that he cultivated the undying heaven art there to get rid of his old body and give birth to a new divine embryo. What? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes were filled with shock. Humans can't go against the heavens. He used the undying heaven art to give birth to a divine embryo and become a great emperor twice. It's already comparable to the secret history of deities. It's impossible for him to live for another life. Living for another life was as difficult as descending to the celestial realm. that belonged to the category of deities. Even if he created the undying heaven art, he could only transform once. It was like having the immortal herb in hand. Every great emperor had one, but it could only extend his life for one life. It wouldn't be as useful for the second life. The heaven-devouring demonic art proves the Tao and is extraordinary for one life. The undying heaven art gives birth to a divine embryo for another life. He used the immortal herb to extend his life for a third life. Heavens! Someone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. It was because, according to what Nangongzheng said, Great Emperor Ruthless was going to give birth to a divine embryo again and might be able to live for a fourth life. Yi Fan's heart jumped. If he calculated it like this, the amount of time Ruthless had lived in this world was terrifyingly long. At the side, the monkey almost jumped up. His old father's power shook the archaic era. The old Battle Saint Emperor only lived for one life because of the immortal peach. Yes, even the old Saint Emperor couldn't live for two lives because he encountered a problem while comprehending the Tao and almost died. He only managed to complete that life thanks to the immortal herb. Even if he lived for a long time, his combat prowess might not necessarily be the greatest since ancient times. The monkey consoled himself. His old father hadn't lived for a long time, but he was publicly acknowledged to be unrivaled under the heavens. If Ruthless lived for a fourth life, he would definitely meet the great emperors of the later generations. Someone suddenly cried out. He might even meet more than one great emperor of the later generations. Everyone was stupefied. If they thought about it carefully, this was just too shocking and unimaginable. Two great emperors had never appeared in the same era before. They could only appreciate each other through time and space, evaluating each other through the passage of time. We don't know how many lives Ruthless lived, but there was definitely a problem when he transformed the divine embryo for the last time. Nangongzheng spoke his final judgment. He and a few living fossil-level characters carefully observed and believed that Ruthless was cultivating in seclusion. In the end, he failed on the verge of success and his unmatched emperor body exploded. It was just that they didn't know if the divine embryo came out or not. Ruthless killed himself for the sake of living for another life. Everyone was horrified. There are still people here who entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. Nangongzheng said. What? Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Behind the Bronze Immortal Palace's door of profundity, that world is extremely mysterious. We didn't reach the end, so we don't know if Ruthless stood at the end. Speaking up to here, Nangongzheng looked at Yi Fan and said with a smile, "Little friend, you should have entered the Immortal Palace before, right?" What? It's him? Everyone was shocked. The saint children and saintesses couldn't enter. They could only stand at the entrance of the palace, feeling a wave of shock. Meanwhile, in the heavenly palace, many eccentric people also stared at Yi Fan. Even the various great sage lords revealed strange expressions. Little friend, your origin root of all life energy must have been obtained from the Bronze Immortal Palace, right? Nangongzheng asked. That's right. Yi Fan calmly nodded. When these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect him to actually obtain a sacred object exclusive to a great emperor from the Bronze Immortal Palace. Little friend, do you know that you have formed a great karma with Ruthless? The origin root of all life energy was found by him. Chapter 526. Forming Karma with Ruthless. Yi Fan was in a dilemma. This great emperor was too frightening and everyone was afraid. Ruthless traversed the primordial era and created the undying heaven art in his later years. He used it to create a divine embryo and turned his old body into a holy weapon. The ancient heaven-devouring evil jar is extremely powerful. Legend has it that if it is awakened, it will be the same as the heaven-devouring great emperor coming back to life. In Ruthless' life, the most terrifying was naturally his first life. He advanced by stepping on the corpses of many kings, and the heaven-devouring evil might was unparalleled. He created the undying heaven art in his later years, but no one knew how powerful it was because he had already ruled the world and no one in the world could stop him. Throughout the ages, the undying heaven art is the most mysterious ancient scripture. No one knows how powerful it is. However, People speculated that it must be the best. After all, it was a technique created by a great emperor in his later years. It must have surpassed the previous ancient scriptures. Using this to live another life and give up the name heaven-devouring great emperor. He wants to use the undying heaven art to create a second weapon. Many people were shocked. He wanted to take out 2 holy weapons. This was something normal people wouldn't even dare to think about. When he was the heaven-devouring great emperor, he traveled all over the eastern barren and central plains but couldn't find any immortal materials. In the end, he refined his supreme monarch body. He transformed into a divine fetus and cut off his past. Finally, he found the source root of all beings, a heaven-defying sacred object. Ruthless must be trying to create a supreme holy weapon. Because he didn't make a move yet, he left the source root behind. Everyone in the heavenly palace stared at Yi Fan with murderous looks. The holy weapon found by a great emperor had fallen into his hands. The palace was noisy. Whether it was the younger generation at the door or the rulers inside, all of them were jealous and envious. So it was left behind by an ancient great emperor. Otherwise, how could a little cultivator collect it? It's ruthless immortal treasure. No wonder. Otherwise, how could a normal person find a holy weapon exclusive to a great emperor? The source root of all beings was unique in the world. There was no second one. Only Ruthless could go against the heavens and obtain it. Everyone was guessing that he definitely wanted to forge an ultimate saint weapon, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so in the end. This is a huge karma. You've obtained such a great opportunity. Nangongjing shook his head. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had never thought that he would be able to snatch away vicious saint artifact. The karma between him and this great monarch was truly deep. Even the undying herb had nearly been captured by him. He's been dead for so many years. He soon felt relieved. Even if Ruthless was invincible throughout the ages and was comparable to a god, so what? In the end, it was annihilated in the dust of history and passed away countless years ago. Even if that's the case, Great Monarch Vicious is too extraordinary. There's most likely karma involved, Nangongjing said. Yi Fan didn't mind, but many of the older generations were seriously contemplating. Clearly, they were extremely fearful of the ancient emperors even though they had died a long time ago. In order to sever his karma, Emperor Hengyu went to the middle state and didn't return even after he died. In order to sever his karma, the Void Monarch buried himself in the boundless void after his death, never to be seen again. Someone mentioned this, and it immediately gave Yi Fan a headache. However, he wasn't afraid of this. The only thing he was worried about was that Ruthless hadn't died yet. Don't worry, he must have died a long time ago. If he didn't die, how could there be a great monarch of the later generations of your human race? The monkey transmitted his voice. The invincible emperor of fighting in the archaic era had once told him some secrets. Unfortunately, the monkey was too young at that time and didn't pay much attention to it. No one can live for so long. He has indeed died a long time ago, Western Queen Mother said. If a great monarch is still alive in this world, the extreme Tao sacred weapon will sense it. Those supreme great monarchs comparable to deities have all died in the end, Jiang Clan's Saint Lord said. The others nodded. This was a secret that many eccentrics knew. If a great monarch appeared, the sacred weapon would be the first to sense it. I really didn't expect this little friend to be so amazing. He actually walked out of the Bronze Immortal Palace alive and obtained such a peerless sacred item, a lord said, his eyes flickering. Everyone stared at Yi Fan. Regardless of whether it was the older generation or the younger generation at the main hall's entrance, their expressions were not very friendly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at the Jade Pool and the fact that the present-age saint, the crazy old man, was related to him, it was likely that someone would have been unable to restrain himself and tried to snatch it. Without a doubt, if Yi Fan walked out of the Jade Pool, the bloody night last time would most likely happen again. There would definitely be people secretly making a move. Brother Yi indeed had a great opportunity to obtain Emperor Ruthless' sacred item and inherit a part of his immortal treasury, Saint Son of Grand Yen Xianxia said. Yi Fan was shocked. These words didn't sound like much at first, But if he thought about it carefully, he would be put to death. Ruthless inheritance and successor, these words were too sensitive. They would cause a great upheaval and could easily lead to a fatal disaster. Ruthless was different from other great emperors. At first, he was known as the heaven-devouring great emperor. The entire earth trembled because of him, and no one wanted his technique to appear a second time. Brother Yi, you really make people envious. What other immortal treasury did you obtain? Saint Son of Tao Yi also asked indifferently. Yi Fan's heart sank. These two's words didn't sound wrong at first, but they deserved to be killed without spilling blood. I think he must have obtained other divine items? A disciple of a top sect echoed. Yes, Yi Fan, why hide it? Tell us and let us hear it. We can share the joy together, someone else said. At the entrance of the main hall, many of the younger generation were discussing, guessing what other great opportunities he had. Is that so? There are still great opportunities. An elder's expression flickered. We almost forgot. Ruthless once cultivated in seclusion there. He must have left something behind, a supreme elder of the 10,000 beginnings said in a low voice. At this moment, the main hall was a bit cold. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Fan. Many people had cold, meaningful smiles on their faces. Are you all hinting at something? Yi Fan sat behind the jade table and calmly said, I only obtained the source root of all life source energy, nothing else. Ruthless Great Emperor used the source root of all life source energy to seal the outside of the Bronze Palace. He clearly treated that place as a place of seclusion. How could there be nothing else in such a secret place? Ruthless Great Emperor's place of seclusion definitely has those two ancient scriptures. Someone secretly transmitted sound, going a step further. Correct. The heaven-swallowing demonic art and imperishable heaven art are definitely in the Bronze Immortal Palace, a part of the immortal treasury. Even Brother Yi obtained the source root of all life source energy, entering the tombs of matchless experts without dying. He definitely obtained the acknowledgement of Ruthless Great Emperor's inheritance. The heaven-swallowing demonic art might appear again. Several voices sounded from the darkness, unknown who it was that released them. They gradually advanced, killing without spilling blood. The meaning couldn't be more clear, pointing at Yi Fan obtaining Ruthless Great Emperor's inheritance. We can confirm that they are all transmitted by the people at the entrance of the main hall. The monkey said, everyone there was of the younger generation, and nothing could be seen on the surface. Everyone was discussing, and no one spoke directly. Yi Fan glanced over. Saint of De Yen, Xiang Yifei, Yao Shi, Saint Dao Yi, Saint of All Beginnings, Saint of Yao Guang, Jin Qishao, the inheritor of Ruthless Great Emperor has appeared long ago. Who doesn't know that Hua Yunfei has cultivated the heaven-swallowing demonic art? To harm me like this, isn't your mind a little too vicious? Yi Fan's words were very soft, and he didn't argue loudly. Is that so? Now, no one knows what cultivation method you cultivate. You've improved by leaps and bounds in recent years, and you're so mysterious. Isn't it the heaven-swallowing demonic art? After these words were spoken, the murderous intent in the main hall intensified. Some people had been waiting all this time, and what they lacked was an excuse to attack. If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will Senior Jiang Taishu not be able to tell? Are you questioning the spiritual senses of a supreme divine king? If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will old crazy old brother let me live? Will he still travel with me? Are you doubting the judgment of a saint? If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will I not devour the invading saints and saintesses after killing them? Will I crush them instead? Will I tolerate some of you living until now? Yi Fan asked in succession, staring at the younger generation. Then he stood up and pressed forward with great force. You want to kill me? If one of you can't do it, you can all come at me together. Why do you have to use such a despicable trick? I still have 7 chances to attack you with all my strength. Looking at everything, I believe that Yi Fan can't have obtained the inheritance of Fierce Man. There's no reason to suspect him, the matriarch of the West said. There's one thing I don't understand. May I ask the sacred lord of the Jiang clan, Which immortal divine herb did Yi Fan use to save the supreme divine king? Someone asked secretly. The sacred lord of the Jiang clan was in a dilemma. Perhaps everyone doesn't know, but it's a dragon fruit born from the immortal true dragon herb, the person in the dark said loudly. What? Everyone was in an uproar. If it was before, it wouldn't have mattered even if they knew it was the immortal true dragon herb. All the great thearchs had died many years ago, and their divine herbs had already returned to the great wilderness. However, Yi Fan had entered the place where fierce man cultivated in seclusion and brought out the source root of all life qi. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, did he really obtain the inheritance of fierce man? Many lords stood up, all of them revealing their killing intent. Everyone in the great hall locked onto Yi Fan. The sky palace was cold like an icehouse. Bone-chilling killing intent filled the air. Someone wanted to take the opportunity to kill Yi Fan. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it could happen at any moment. You're going too far. The monkey was infuriated. He stood up immediately, and a battle spear that was about to rot appeared in his hand. However, a peerless killing intent rushed out. This was a peerless murderous weapon that had killed an ancient king. It came from the same source as the divine origin, and it was pierced into the body of the young lady. It could be said to be peerlessly ferocious. The monkey took out his murderous weapon. Such a commotion forced those who were about to attack to stop. However, they laughed coldly. Yi Fan was shocked. Was he really going to sweep through the peaches of Immortality Feast and wreak havoc in the Sky Palace? How dare you? This is a restricted area of the Jade Lake. You dare to commit murder here? A supreme elder from the 10,000 beginnings shouted. They hated the monkey to the core. Previously, they had been suppressed and berated by the monkey in front of everyone by the lake. They had been suppressing their resentment. You don't know the difference between life and death. You dare to protect the inheritor of fierce man? If you attack here, you won't be able to escape. The supreme elder from the Purple Mansion Holy Land was also resentful. At this moment, he spoke coldly. The blade is already at our necks, and you still blame me for committing murder? Today, I'll beat all of you to death. The monkey didn't care about the consequences and was about to attack. He definitely wasn't someone who would take things lying down. Take them down. Someone shouted, and a lord stepped forward. The monkey sneered and took large steps forward. The peerless murderous weapon in his hand seemed to be rotting, but the murderous intent it emitted made many lords tremble in fear. Yi Fan used his golden blood energy to protect his body, resisting the might of the murderous weapon. He arrived at the monkey's side and grabbed him, not letting him attack. Everything I said is true. I didn't obtain the heaven-devouring ancient scripture. Then how do you explain the true dragon immortal medicine? Many people shouted and pressed forward. The true dragon immortal medicine is in the northern region. I plucked a dragon fruit from it. Is there anything suspicious about it? Yi Fan said calmly. What? The true dragon immortal medicine is in the northern region? You can get close and pluck it? Impossible. Where is it? Everyone couldn't sit still. The true dragon immortal medicine was personally planted by fierce man. It was one of the best immortal treasures. Even a cultivator from the 4 extreme secret realms could pluck it in the northern region. Who wouldn't be tempted? The true dragon immortal medicine is a supreme divine object of this world, and there are only a few of them. This is equivalent to an immortal treasury, so how could I casually reveal its location? Yi Fan said coldly. If you want to prove your innocence, you can only bring us to see it. Otherwise, this matter concerns fierce man's inheritance, and no one can save you. A lord said. We won't seize your true dragon immortal medicine. Only by bringing us to see it can you prove your innocence. Another few people said, their voices a bit urgent. Yi Hei is going to be ruthless. Isn't he going to make a big fuss this time? Could it be that he wants to kill a group of grand elders and holy lords? Outside the main hall, Li Heishui mumbled secretly. He shuddered. He really dares to make a move. Is he going to use the nest of 10,000 dragons? The large black dog was bewildered, and a chill ran down his spine. Yi Fan stood in the main hall, extremely calm and composed. He slowly paced around, shook his head, and said, "Who can believe this kind of guarantee? Once the true dragon immortal medicine appears, blood will definitely flow like a river, and countless people will fight over it. Do you have any other chance? If you don't reveal the true dragon immortal medicine to prove yourself, you will immediately be executed in the main hall." Someone said coldly, killing intent like a knife cutting through bone. Another person secretly added fuel to the fire, saying, "What a joke." He clearly obtained the true dragon immortal medicine from the bronze celestial palace, yet he actually pushed it to the north region. He is definitely fierce man's inheritor, so there is no need to find any more evidence to execute him. Everyone was pressuring him. The true dragon immortal medicine was too important, and many people wanted to see it. They all had their own plans. There were even some people who harbored killing intent. Right now, they only lacked an excuse. For example, Wan Chu and the Grand Elders of the Purple Palace wanted revenge at all times. Everything is actually very simple. You only need to bring us to see the true dragon immortal medicine with our own eyes, and you will naturally be able to prove your innocence, a lord said in a deep voice. The eyes of many extraordinary people flickered. The true dragon immortal medicine was too attractive, and no one could remain calm. At that time, the true dragon immortal medicine will most likely change owners. Yi Fan shook his head. Little Yi has already made up his mind to make a move. Li Heishui was speechless, and his heart was beating rapidly. After being together for so long, he understood the other too well. This brat wants to trap and kill a great elite. He clearly wants to use the exceptional nest of 10,000 dragons. Even the large black dog felt his heart palpitate. Chapter 527. Yi Fan refused to say where the immortal godly medicine was. His words were very fierce and resolute, as if he didn't believe some people in the palace at all. Someone in the palace sneered and pressed even harder. Killing intent was like a sharp blade, piercing to the bone. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it could be triggered at any moment. At this moment, the monkey had already held the peerless murderous weapon in his hand, and was about to wreak havoc in the palace. The murderous weapon that was about to rot was overflowing with vicious might. Many people locked onto Yi Fan. If a battle broke out, they would definitely pounce over and snatch the chi of all things cauldron. This was an excellent opportunity. Even if he was related to the current saint, if he was judged to be the inheritor of Ruthless, he would not be able to escape death. The Holy Lands would not allow him to live in this world. At this moment, everything was already in place, and they only needed to make their move. Everyone, there is no need to be like this. I believe that Yi Fan has nothing to do with Ruthless. He only obtained the black-yellow essence by chance. The Queen Mother of the West spoke up to defend him. Immediately, an overlord retorted, insisting that Yi Fan must have obtained Ruthless inheritance. Otherwise, there could not be such a coincidence. He entered the Copper Palace safely, obtained the chi of all things and the immortal true dragon medicine. All signs indicate that he obtained the heaven-devouring demon scripture. The words, "ruthless," shook the world, and the ancient scripture he left behind was very important. Many people sneered and kept pressuring Yi Fan to give a clear explanation. Yi Fan refused to reveal the whereabouts of the true dragon medicine no matter what. His tight-lipped words made many people's eyes flash with cold light, and the atmosphere became even more tense. If you want to snatch the immortal godly medicine, you have to get through me first. The monkey raised the murderous weapon, golden light bursting from his eyes. Looks like everything he said was just an excuse. The heaven-devouring great emperor's godly medicine can't be in the north region. Killing him, the inheritor, is definitely not wrong. Many people pressed forward and were about to make their move. They all revealed cruel sneers, and their killing intent was like a blade cutting through the spring wind, causing the temperature in the palace to plummet. Little Yi is too calm. Outside the palace, Li Heishui thought, and started laughing coldly. Don't go overboard. If some people really make a move, we'll be in deep trouble. The large black dog was slightly worried. They knew that Yi Fan was accumulating power and putting on a real show. Otherwise, how could he have attracted the big fish? These old things were as shrewd as ghosts. Wan Chu and a few of the Grand Elders of the Zifu sect were about to attack when a sacred master finally spoke up to mediate. However, he also requested to see the true dragon medicine. Monkey almost flipped the roof. He swung his battle spear like a huge club. The battle was about to begin. Only now did Yi Fan relent. He had no choice but to compromise, agreeing to bring them to see the undying godly medicine. However, he had many requests. That's more like it. Only then can we confirm whether what you said is true or not. Otherwise, One of 10,000 beginnings Grand Elders mocked. He knew clearly that no matter what, the undying divine medicine was going to change owners, no longer belonging to Yi Fan. Once they found out where it grew, everyone would definitely fight over it. Young man, you still have a long way to go. There are many things you need to learn. A Grand Elder of the Zifu sect walked over and patted his shoulder. That's true. I'm just a little brat who doesn't know anything. In the future, I will naturally learn more from the seniors. Yi Fan lowered his stance. Get lost, the monkey roared angrily. He was about to brandish his weapon. He really couldn't stand these Grand Elders. Yi Fan held him back, not allowing him to make a move. If they fell out now, he would definitely suffer a great loss, and all of his efforts would be wasted. At the side, many lords revealed killing intent, but it wasn't appropriate for them to make a move. They already knew that this was a battle Saint Ape, and they were afraid of provoking other archaic royal clans. I want to make things clear first. That place is not a good place. If you want to go, you'll have to bear the consequences of your own life. Yi Fan could be said to be dawdling, and could even be said to be chattering endlessly. Some of the big shots wanted to give him a few slaps. When the crowd saw that he was unwilling to reveal the place, they had long since become impatient. They believed even more that there was indeed the true dragon medicine, and all of them wanted to hurry over as soon as possible. In the eyes of many, even a cultivator of the four extreme mystery realm could pluck it, so as the overlords of a region, how could they be inferior to him? People are really strange. The more I try to stop them, the more tempted they are, and the more convinced they are that there is no danger. Li Heishui was almost speechless. Sigh, many things have to be done in reverse, the large black dog also mumbled. Everyone, don't be too impatient. Right now, the Jade Pool meeting is still ongoing. No matter what, you should go after the meeting, right? Yi Fan was still dawdling. Humph, I'm afraid you'll flee even before the Jade Pool meeting ends, someone said coldly. You're all thinking too much. I just feel that it's not too good to go now. After all, the Jade Pool meeting is still ongoing, Yi Fan explained very seriously. There are formation pattern grandmasters here. As long as we're in the North region, opening the region gate will only take us the blink of an eye. It won't take us too long at all. The heavenly peach meat this time is to see the wondrous stones, so if we can also see the immortal godly herb now, wouldn't that be even better? It will definitely be a successful meet. Everyone spoke up one after another. At the end of the day, they had to see the immortal godly herb immediately. But I still feel that. Yi Fan rambled on, and found all kinds of excuses, still unwilling to move. Why do you have so many excuses? Many people couldn't stand him anymore. They had never seen such a dawdling person before, and they wanted nothing more than to stuff his mouth. Brat, you're courting death. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore, and thought that he was trying to stop them. He didn't want to bring them along at all. Boom! A large hand slapped forward, exuding an earthy yellow light. It was trying to slap Yi Fan to death. Pang! The monkey moved, and his golden fist smashed out like a large hammer, colliding with that large hand. Pooh! That person spat out a large mouthful of blood, and there were many cracks on his body. That large hand immediately turned into a meat paste, and it didn't have any shape at all. His flesh flew out over 100 zhang, and he smashed into a wall. Everyone's expressions changed. A half-step expert was almost directly slapped to death by the monkey. There wasn't anyone who wasn't shocked at how terrifying the battle's sacred ape race was. If you dare be disrespectful again, I'll destroy your body and spirit. The monkey waved the large stick in his hand. Isn't this a bit too impudent? So what if the ancient race is about to appear? Could it be that we will allow a monkey to act so arrogantly? He dares to take action in the Jade Pool Heavenly Palace? Let's join forces and kill him. Someone transmitted sound in the dark, and their words were filled with killing intent. They pressed forward step by step, wanting to incite everyone to wipe out the monkey and the others. Yi Fan felt that it was about time. He couldn't continue like this, or else it really would be as bad as going too far. He walked up, revealing an unwilling expression, and agreed to immediately move out. Of course, he reiterated once again that the road ahead was dangerous, and he had to take care of his own life and death. You don't need to worry. Many people were already fed up with him. If it wasn't for the monkey beside him, they would have definitely sealed his mouth first. It's better if you take care of yourself first. If this has anything to do with a vicious person, even the saints of the present era won't be able to save you. You'll be destroyed in body and spirit. Someone revealed killing intent. Yi Fan laughed coldly in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He only responded with helplessness. An undying divine medicine was about to appear, and it was personally planted by a vicious person more than 200,000 years ago. It was comparable to a treasure left behind by a deity. Many cultivators were nervous. When the realm gate opened, a group of people entered in a single file. None of them wanted to fall behind. Yi Fan was astonished. There were indeed many eccentric hermits in this world. They didn't move after hearing about the undying divine medicine. They sat in the heavenly palace and didn't come out at all. However, the majority of people were moved, and they all crossed the void together. If you deceive so many heroes, you should know what the consequences will be. Someone secretly transmitted a warning. Light flashed, and a snow-white expanse appeared in front of them. Cold air rushed over. This was a vast ice field. It was very high above sea level, and it was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. This place is... Everyone was shocked. Many people recognized this place. The people of the Jiang clan had strange expressions. They were the most abnormal because this place was related to them. 70 to 80,000 years ago, this place was a boundless ice mountain that reached the clouds. It was majestic and unending. However, there was a great upheaval at that time, and almost all the Holy Lands participated in the war. A peerless divine king of the Jiang clan wielded an extreme sacred weapon and swept this place to the ground. That battle was world-shaking, and an ancient holy land on this ice field was erased. Everything was turned into ashes by the eternal universe sacred furnace. It was also that battle that raised people's fear of the great emperor's sacred weapon to a whole new level. It was enough to destroy a powerful holy land. The ancient holy land, the ruins of the underworld palace. Why is the undying divine medicine here? Everyone was puzzled. They all looked at Yi Fan, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. Thousands of kilometers into the ice field, a snowy mountain came into view. It had a circumference of over 50 kilometers. This was the only mountain range that remained, and on it was the location of the super sect, the Palace of Snow. Brother Ape, how is the relationship between your ancient royal families? Yi Fan asked secretly. It's all right, the monkey answered. Yi Fan relaxed a lot and said, in a while, we might alarm the ancient kings. If we can't escape, you'll have to spend some effort, he communicated secretly with the monkey, and they talked about all aspects along the way. Of course, this was not safe at all. Disturbing the ancient royal family's slumber would definitely be a great disaster. The ancient creatures might not even recognize their own kin in anger. However, this time, Yi Fan was confident. This was because the Black Empress had grasped a corner of the Spatial Emperor's formation pattern, which was specially used to open the region gate. Black Empress. On the way, he also constantly communicated with the large black dog, making preparations to cross over. They did not enter the Palace of Snow, but directly went around to the back of the mountain, heading toward the peaceful land of the Dragon Vein. Everyone, this place is very dangerous. There is no need for us to take the risk, Yi Fan said. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and lead the way. A grand elder of Wanchu was almost about to tear off his disguise. Gradually approaching the immortal divine medicine made it difficult for him to calm down. At this moment, the various rulers were also very restless. All of them wanted to seize that legendary celestial treasure. Old B** starred, "If you die down there, it has nothing to do with me," Yi Fan said coldly. That Grand Elder did not think that Yi Fan would dare to talk back to him. Yi Fan repeatedly emphasized that this place was dangerous, and that if anything happened, it had nothing to do with him. The more it was like this, the more everyone wanted to advance, believing that there really was an immortal divine medicine. "It's here." Yi Fan led everyone into the great snowy mountain and arrived at a place where a group of snow apes roamed. Then he cut open the ice and snow and found the path into the underground palace. "Dragon Chi!" Everyone cried out in surprise. In the underground palace, streak after streak of dragon Chi rushed out, indescribably noble. The auspicious Chi was like a rainbow and took the shape of a dragon. As expected of a peerless treasure ground, it is most suitable for the growth of a true dragon divine medicine. Many people revealed excited expressions. At this point, almost everyone believed that great monarch vicious immortal divine medicine would definitely be planted here. "Everyone, you should believe me now, right?" Yi Fan seemed to be very unwilling as he said. "Young man, you should be more sensible." One of the supreme elders of the Purple Mansion patted his shoulder with a mocking expression. "True dragon divine medicine, hee." A few grand elders of Wanchu walked over before the other sacred lords, and they glanced at Yi Fan indifferently with mocking expressions. "Young man, well done." One of them also came forward, and he laughed heartily as he patted his shoulder. Chapter 528. From start to finish, the Saint Lords didn't say anything. They were all calm, and only a few grand elders were discussing. The elders of the 10,000 beginning sect smirked coldly, and asked Yi Fan to lead the way into the underground palace. It was as if they had already seen through him. The grand elders of the Purple Palace even came to his side, almost as if they were holding him hostage. They wanted him to go down first to investigate. "I brought you all here. If you want to see the immortal herb, go down yourself. If you don't even have the guts, why did you come here?" Yi Fan refused and didn't go forward. "No, you must bring us to the end. If you don't see the true dragon herb, you can't prove your innocence." A cruel smile appeared on their faces. They didn't plan to let him go at all, and insisted on letting him lead the way. These people were all very cautious. They believed that if they let Yi Fan go with them, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks. At the side, the Saint Lords didn't say anything. They didn't plan to go down at all. It was as if this had nothing to do with them, and they carefully observed the great snow mountain. "Young man, you should go down with us." Finally, a Saint Lord spoke up, not allowing any refusal. "You don't have any other choice. Either you go with us or you die." The person in the dark was very direct, and it was an undisguised threat. Yi Fan's heart was ice cold. These old bastards were each more vicious than the last. Even now, they were still on guard against him, and even wanted to kill him. If he went deep into the underground palace, anything could happen. As long as there was a small accident, they could find a reason or an excuse to kill him. In fact, they could even create some accidents so that he would never leave the underground palace. Yi Fan was fearless. He already knew that this would happen. The killing intent in his heart became much stronger. He nodded and walked down the underground palace first. He had the large black dog and the battle saint ape accompany him. "Wait," the Queen Mother of the West said. Her hair was thick and black, and there was a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. Her face was beautiful, and she was dignified and holy. "Yi Fan has already brought you all here, and he has already done what he should. If you still don't believe him, you can go down and take a look yourself." Queen Mother of the West's words are incorrect. Right now, we still can't prove his innocence. We need him to lead the way to confirm it. A heroic lord spoke out in rebuttal. The others spoke one after another. In the end, the great sage lords all expressed their willingness to go down together to take a look at the undying divine medicine. The other eccentrics also had the same attitude. Shi Wangmu let Yi Fan follow beside her and did not let him walk at the front. The group went deep underground. This is one of the core underground palaces of the ancient sacred land. Many people were shocked after entering. The majestic underground palace stretched as far as the eye could see. It emitted an ancient aura as if it was covered in a layer of dust. The stone rooms, stone halls, and everything else were filled with the traces of time. In the depths of the underground palace, draconic chi surged violently like rivers rushing underground. Bathing in it, one's pores would open up. This is a divine land. An old imperial uncle from Great Xia was so excited that he almost roared out loud. The Supreme Imperial Sutra that they had passed down contained an offensive technique called Imperial Draconic Chi, which required an endless amount of dragon veins to refine one's body. For those who cultivated the Supreme Imperial Sutra, this was a land where dragons soared into the heavens. It was indescribably precious. There are exceptional divine treasures here, and there are large amounts of divine source. A few people from the Genesis technique ancient aristocratic families also came. Ouyang Yi made this judgment. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. This really was a land of divine treasures. No wonder Yi Fan was not willing to let them come. Everyone revealed a strange expression. I will say it one last time. I will not repeat myself. This place is extremely dangerous. Yi Fan warned. Don't worry, no matter what happens, you don't need to bear the consequences. We have already made it clear before. Someone sneered. Youngster, don't block our way. Hurry up and point the way. Another person said with dense killing intent. The underground palace was vast and dusky. They walked for several dozen li before arriving at a precipitous cliff. A huge abyss lay in front of them. The bottom was pitch black like ink, like a bottomless pit. It seemed as if it could swallow one's mind and make one sink into it. Dragon chi gushed out like a surging tide. Occasionally, small divine source particles would rush up. This kind of scene was stupefying. It was full of mystery and strangeness. Below us is the old nest abandoned by the ancient true dragon. Ouyang Yi exclaimed. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. They all looked at him and quietly waited for him to continue. Yi Fan's heart trembled. With an old guy who was infinitely close to becoming an origin source master following him, it might ruin his plans. This is an immortal burial ground. It must be the nest of the ancient true dragon. There are most likely immortal treasures inside. Ouyang Yi was so excited that the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. His skinny body was trembling. Yi Fan was relieved. Although the other party's Genesis technique was profound, how could he compare to the Yuan Taoist master in terms of knowledge? He had only seen some clues. The nest of 10,000 dragons was only recorded in the Origin Heavenly Book. There was no way to break it. It was known as one of the most terrifying danger zones in the world. If he really understood, he would definitely not say there were immortal treasures. He would definitely turn around and leave because even the Yuan Taoist master was helpless. It's an immortal burial ground. The group of old men sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, many people's eyes burned like the sun. It was as if they had seen a naked, peerless beauty. Yi Fan was a bit surprised. The terrifying aura at the bottom of the huge abyss was very faint. It was not as intense as before. In the past, they had seen a floating ice palace with a woman like ice and snow inside. Now, she did not appear in the abyss. The group was very excited. They could feel the aura of draconic energy and divine origin. They all prepared to jump down. It's fine with this old man leading the way, Ouyang Yi said proudly. At this time, Yi Fan had the protection of the Western Queen Mother. Those lords did not go overboard and did not ask him to follow. The great sage masters did not move. Not a single person went down, including the Western Desert Divine Monk and the Southern Mountains War God Temple's War King. The supreme elders of the various sects moved and jumped down. Apart from them, there were also a few powerful rogue cultivators and mutants. This made Yi Fan feel quite regretful. These great figures were very calm. From start to finish, they did not say many words. Everything was done and carried out by people. If the immortal divine medicine did not appear, they most likely would not make a move. Damn, brat, be content. Do you really want to kill all the holy masters? The eastern wasteland and the world will be in chaos. The large black dog bared his teeth. Yi Fan finally revealed a brilliant smile. He rubbed his chin and did not say anything. He felt that this was enough. At the very least, those who threatened him just now all jumped down. There were not only half-step great figures among them, but also individual great figures. If they were all killed down there, those lords would probably be in the mood to cry. Time passed bit by bit. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Yi Fan was suspicious. Why was this dangerous place so peaceful? After a few minutes, someone rushed up and reported to the holy masters excitedly. There really is an archaic dragon nest down there. It is an immortal burial ground, and there is also an ancient five-colored altar. What? At this moment, no matter if it was the holy masters or the supreme sect masters, none of them could sit still. None of them could calm down. The divine monks from the western desert were all chanting Buddhist names. Our initial judgment is that there is an exceptional divine treasure. We have captured the aura of the true dragon divine medicine, but it has been sealed off by the stone door. We cannot enter at all. A total of over 10 people flew up and reported the situation one after another. All of them were extremely excited. An immortal burial ground. An immortal treasure that only exists in legends. Now that things had reached this point, no one could remain calm. Not only was there an immortal divine medicine, but there was also a possibility that there was an ancient nest where a dragon was buried. Who could remain calm? Above the abyss, the holy masters and supreme sect masters all disappeared in a flash and rushed down. Even they could not help but want to make a move. Brat, you have made a big mess. The large black dog was dumbfounded. All of these people had gone down. If they all died, the impact would be too great. Could it be that the archaic imperial clan used the stone door to seal off the nest of 10,000 dragons? If that is the case, if they break through the stone door... Yi Fan shuddered. He was also brought down. Only the large black dog and the monkey followed him. This place was too dangerous, so he did not let Li Heishui and the others follow him. I sensed the aura of an archaic king. The monkey said, a serious expression on his face. The abyss was over 10,000 meters deep. When they landed, an ancient and desolate aura rushed over. It was as if they had returned to the archaic age. The terrain was incredibly vast, but it was also very dim. As far as the eye could see, it was empty. It did not seem like they were underground at all. Instead, it seemed like they had arrived at an ancient battlefield. Many people stood in front of the dilapidated five-colored sacrificial altar, observing it seriously. Meanwhile, even more people rushed into the nest of 10,000 dragons. There, the dragon chi was like a great river, surging endlessly. At the base of the precipice, there were a total of 9 ancient caves that were connected inside. This was the entrance to the archaic true dragon nest. This place was comparable to the 9 dragons protecting a pearl. Great Emperor Wuxia had come here before, and in the end, he had chosen the Purple Mountain. The Purple Mountain, the 9 dragons protecting a pearl, contained the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia, and even his ultimate saint weapon was sealed there. Even the Black Emperor did not know why Great Emperor Wuxia had not chosen the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the end, everyone entered the 9 ancient caves. The interior was like a beehive, with many caves that were connected to each other, leading to the innermost depths. At the end, there was a massive stone gate that blocked the path ahead. There were many ancient characters carved on it, and they could not be recognized at all, because they were not human characters. One could tell with a single glance that this gate was extremely extraordinary. The aura of the great Tao pervaded the air, especially those ancient characters. It was as if they had been engraved by a saint weapon, and they had their own lives. Brother Ape, do you recognize them? What is written on them? Yi Fan asked. The monkey was very embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I was too young at that time, and only received the inheritance of my clan's brand. I had not learned how to read. You don't even know a single character. The large black dog bared his teeth, and began to chuckle. The monkey glared, almost lifting him upside down. His golden eyes shot out lightning. Boom! Someone began to break the gate, wanting to open it and enter the nest of 10,000 dragons. The noise was deafening. Oh no! The large black dog's hair stood on end. Prepare the Void Monarch's horn formation pattern. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. He did not care where it could be transmitted to. Right now, only the Great Monarch's formation pattern could bring them out. Otherwise, it might be cut off. Boom! A Supreme Sects Lord personally took action, smashing the rocks in the ancient cave into pieces. However, that stone gate did not budge in the slightest. Meanwhile, the ancient characters on it seemed to have come to life. They were like small dragons crawling about, emitting an aura that had existed since ancient times. There was a pit in front of the stone gate. The immortal true dragon herb had once taken root here. Yi Fan clearly remembered the scene of that day. There was an exceptional great calamity in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Boom! Many lords worked together to break the restrictions, wanting to open the stone gate, but it was still difficult to move the stone gate. It did not even shake in the slightest. Brat, come over here. Tell me what is going on here. A grand elder of the 10,000 beginnings stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward. You are seeking death. The monkey's eyes widened, and he moved to block. However, there were many powerful cultivators around, all of them releasing killing intent, causing him to feel great pressure. Tell me what is going on. Why can't we open this gate? Where did the true dragon herb go? A grand elder of the Purple Mansion Holy Land also shouted. At this moment, they were very anxious and tore off their disguises. They did not mention anything about the inheritance of Vicious at all, and openly demanded the whereabouts of the immortal true dragon herb. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face, and he said, Old fart, have you revealed your true colors? Are you here to seek proof, or to steal the immortal true dragon herb? You are seeking death. The grand elders were all furious. There were many lords here, and they did not fear the monkey or his interference. They all revealed killing intent. Rumble. At this moment, the giant stone gate, which the holy lords had attacked with all their strength, did not budge at all, suddenly opened, and a terrifying aura surged out. A large hand reached out, and the head of a grand elder of the 10,000 beginnings was torn off. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a miserable scream could be heard. PFFF. Another big hand directly penetrated the chest and abdomen of a grand elder of the Zifu sect, and grabbed out his internal organs in one go. Fresh blood gushed out, and his internal organs flowed all over the ground. The smell of blood was terrifying. Everything happened too fast, and it was beyond everyone's imagination. The two terrifying creatures were like demons from hell, emitting killing intent as they stood in front of the giant stone gate, mercilessly slaughtering. The grand elder who was scolding Yi Fan just now was grabbed by a terrifying creature, and he was torn into two halves. Blood rained down, drenching the surrounding people. The scene was incomparably terrifying. The grand elder who wanted to attack Yi Fan just now let out a miserable scream. His head was smashed open like a peach blossom, and red blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. Archaic creature, true devil domain. Someone cried out in shock. The lower body of the two terrifying creatures was a long snake, 7 to 8 meters long, and the upper body was a human, but it had 3 heads and 6 arms. They displayed the true devil domain, and the 5 or 6 grand elders in front of the stone gate were locked in place. Not a single one of them could escape, and they were all hacked apart. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they had a bad premonition. They seemed to have opened the gates of hell, and a shocking evil spirit was released. This was the place where archaic creatures were hibernating. If an archaic king jumped out, it would be a great disaster. Everyone quickly retreated, and many people stared at Yi Fan, wanting to strangle him to death. They felt that this brat was too much of a scum. None of you can open the stone gate, so how would I know what's behind it? Yi Fan was very innocent. Everyone was so angry that they couldn't say anything. However, no one was in the mood to argue with him, because the terrifying killing intent was already pressing down. Roar! An expanse of blazing divine light appeared, cutting off their path of retreat. A golden creature appeared, one that was half human and half devil. This creature was even more powerful and terrifying. However, while everyone was complaining bitterly, they also felt a bit fortunate that it wasn't a humanoid archaic creature. If that kind of existence appeared, then everyone would most likely be wiped out here. Kill! Everyone attacked together, and many powerful lords took action together. However, the archaic creatures that appeared were extremely strange. More than 10 of them appeared out of thin air. Roar! At the same time, a terrifying roar sounded from within the 10,000 dragon nest. Everyone discovered the scene inside with shock, and all of their bodies shivered. An enormous divine origin block floated up and down. It was close to 3 meters in length, and this was a priceless immortal treasury. No one had ever seen such a large piece of divine origin block with a humanoid creature sealed within. Moreover, it wasn't just a single great divine origin block. The 10,000 dragon nest was extremely large, and an ancient aura pervaded the air. Divine splendor was endless, and there were other divine origin blocks as well. Swoosh! Divine light flickered like lightning. Another 20 or so archaic creatures appeared out of thin air, cutting off their path of retreat. It was incredibly dangerous. That is, at this moment, everyone trembled. It was as if doomsday had arrived. They saw another object within the 10,000 dragon nest. An ancient coffin floated up and down in the pile of divine origin blocks, making everyone feel suffocated. Their flesh and bones seemed like they were going to split apart. This was an extremely terrifying pressure. That pile of divine origin block was 2 or 3 square meters in size, enough to submerge the ancient coffin. It was terrifying and strange. Meanwhile, at this moment, they finally saw the true dragon undying medicine. It took root in the divine origin block in front of the ancient coffin, the energy of 10,000 dragons swirling about. The entire stalk was resplendent and dazzling. It was less than a foot tall, as if it was a hibernating dragon. Archaic races won't be buried in coffins. The monkey was shocked, feeling extremely confused. What? You are saying that it doesn't belong to an archaic race? Yi Fan was shocked. Chapter 529. Back then, when he saw the vermilion ancient coffin for the first time, Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Now, when he heard the sacred battle ape talk about the secrets of the ancient race, he was even more shocked. The ancient races didn't have coffins at all, so why was there a large vermilion coffin here? Looking at its position, it should be the center of the nest of 10,000 dragons, where the draconic aura was the strongest. Tens of thousands of dragons coiled around it, dazzling and buried by the divine source block. The extreme mysteries of the changes of heaven and earth. This was Yi Fan's feeling. This place was too extraordinary, and he couldn't explain it clearly. He couldn't see through the ancient coffin at all. Everyone had the illusion that their bodies and souls were about to be destroyed. Their bones and flesh crackled, and all of this was because of the existence of that ancient coffin. Roar! An ancient creature pounced over. The 9-level true demon domain was unbreakable, and it locked 2 half-step great beings in place. Its large claws that flickered with cold light reached out. Shio! The terrifying ancient creature opened the skull of a half-step great being, and then, like drinking tofu, it absorbed his brain matter in one gulp. Poof! Blood sprayed out. This ancient creature tore another half-step great being in half, and then grabbed a bloody arm, stuffing it into its mouth. Kacha! The sound of teeth grinding against flesh and bones rang out, causing goosebumps to appear all over one's body. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, and its flesh and bones were all chewed to pieces. Too savage! The large black dog felt its hair stand on end, and all the dense and long black fur on its body stood up, making it look like a special large hedgehog. The G clan's divine master flew over, as aloof as a god. His long robes fluttered, and his black hair danced. His eyes were sharp, and an ancient mirror floated above his head. It shone brilliantly, and a brilliant divine rainbow shot out, striking this terrifying creature. Roar! This ancient creature threw away the bloody arm in its hand, and with a roar, 2 beams of purple light shot out from its eyes, striking at the ancient mirror, blazing and terrifying. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. The ancient mirror's divine light pierced through this archaic creature, splitting it into pieces. Large amounts of blood gushed out from its enormous body as it died on the ground. The Ji family's sacred leader stood in the air and an ancient mirror floated above his head. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were like lightning. Yi Fan was astonished. Peak divine lords were indeed unfathomable. They were much stronger than the others. Just then, he personally saw the ferocity of that ancient creature. It tore apart 2 half-step masters, but it was killed by the Ji family's sacred lord in one strike. With a loud roar, another ancient creature pounced over. Its lower body was that of a snake and it was covered in purple scales. Its upper body was that of a human with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 6 arms shook and shattered the void, creating a black hole that swallowed the Ji family's Saint Lord. Boom! A large foot stepped into the black hole, causing it to collapse and disappear into the air. The Ji family's sacred leader's black hair fluttered in the wind. He stretched out his large hand and smashed this ancient creature into pieces. Blood splashed outwards. This is a peak divine lord. Killing ordinary great elites isn't strenuous at all. Although we are in the same mystery realm, the difference is like heaven and earth. The large black dog shivered. Damned dog, hurry up and activate the formation patterns on the chessboard. Let's leave this place. Yi Fan didn't want to stay here any longer. This place was like the gates of hell. Demons continuously rushed out. These ancient creatures were all frighteningly terrifying. They even dared to eat half-step masters. Blood dyed this place red. Wait a little longer. Who knows, there might be a great harvest. The large black dog's greed flared up again. He stared at the large pieces of divine source in the nest of 10,000 dragons, wiping away his saliva. On the other side, some grand elders were trying to break out of the encirclement. In the end, they were tortured and killed by a dozen or so ancient creatures. Blood splashed everywhere, and even the eerie white bones rushed out. There were many people who were forcefully beaten to pieces. Bone fragments and brain matter splattered everywhere. This was practically a hell, extremely bloody and terrifying. Boom! Divine flames shone brilliantly, pouring down in torrents, drowning the path ahead. The Jiang clan divine lord made his move. A divine furnace floated above his head. The lid opened, and fiery light poured down like a river of stars. Several powerful ancient creatures cried out miserably. Among them, 2 were burned to ashes, and the bodies of the other 3 cracked after being covered by the divine light. They died in the passageway. Hurry, open the region gate. Someone shouted loudly. The situation was too dangerous, and they had to leave quickly. Otherwise, they might all die here. Someone had already taken out the profound jade platform, but they didn't have the chance to activate the formation patterns, because there was an incomparably powerful existence that destroyed everything. He was as heroic as a god. He was surrounded by a divine halo, and his long purple hair covered most of his face. Only a pair of purple eyes could be seen, and they were as sharp as blades. He didn't have arms, only a pair of golden divine wings that seemed to be forged from divine gold. His lower body was that of a snake, and it was more than 10 meters long. Golden scales flickered. He flew through the air, his speed as fast as lightning. Ho! This archaic creature only released a loud roar, yet all of the profound jade platforms turned into powder. They were all destroyed by the formless killing intent. The aura he released was extremely terrifying. The Wind Clan's supreme elders worked together to resist him, but they were still suppressed to the point where they couldn't budge in the slightest. He shot forward like a streak of lightning. Divine flames overflowed into the heavens, and those supreme elders exploded on the spot. They all turned into a bloody paste, dying on the spot. Hang! The Wind Clan Divine Lord took action. His eyes were ice cold, and his black hair was disheveled. Endless killing intent shot out from his majestic and imposing body. An 8 trigrams diagram floated above his head, crushing downwards. This was a terrifying confrontation. He and this deity-like archaic creature engaged in a life-and-death battle. The intense battle caused many dragon caves to collapse. On the side, A few human supreme elders and a few ancient creatures had their bodies and souls wiped out. Once they were sucked in, they would definitely be devoured by the black holes they created. Everyone was trying to break out of the encirclement, but on the way back, 3 powerful ancient creatures blocked their path. Divine light shot out in all directions. The wavering light Divine Lord, Emperor Gu Hua, and the Southern Mountain War King all shot out dragon-shaped bloody light from their bodies. Essence energy surged as they fought a life-and-death battle against that ancient creature. The black ancient cauldron, golden halberd, and green ancient pagoda released heaven-overflowing divine fluctuations. They shattered the void, yet they couldn't make the 10,000 dragon nest collapse. They couldn't open up a path. The 3 archaic creatures were like deities. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons hung down, and there were actually strands of primal chaos energy that shattered the few supreme beings who wanted to come over to help. They were immediately blasted to pieces. Ho! Another loud roar sounded. An even more powerful archaic creature rushed out. His entire body was covered in purple scales, and he arrived in the blink of an eye like a streak of purple lightning. Pooh! He rushed past, and the Zifu, Wanchu, and Jiang families' 7 supreme elders were crushed in succession. Flesh and bone dregs flew everywhere, and blood dripped everywhere. At the same time, those profound jade platforms were also shattered. This part of the void was locked down. He rushed towards the most intense battlefield to assist those 3 deity-like archaic creatures. Pooh! A black hole appeared between his brows, and a large piece of flesh was peeled off from wavering light Divine Lord's body. His right arm was almost severed. This was an extremely powerful archaic creature that had already begun to take human form. Its entire body was covered in dazzling purple scales, and there were 81 thick wisps of dragon cheese circling around it. Damn dog, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Yi Fan urged anxiously. At this moment, the battle was extremely intense. There were many pieces of flesh and bloody bones on the ground. Many powerful beings had died. Monkey, you're also an archaic creature like them. Sneak in quietly and come out with some celestial treasures, the large black dog urged. F***. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to curse. This damn dog was too outrageous. Even at a time like this, it was still thinking about the divine treasures of the 10,000 dragon nest. The battle's sacred ape also wanted to smack it to death. Corpses were everywhere, and powerful beings were continuously dying. This large dog was still thinking about such crooked ideas. Just how greedy did it have to be to do this? Don't have any bad ideas. Hurry up and leave immediately. Yi Fan couldn't help but grind his teeth. He wanted to eat it alive. This is an extremely rare opportunity. There are so many divine lords and lords from all over fighting against the archaic creatures of the 10,000 dragon nest. The large black dog's eyes were blazing as he stared into the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest. F***ck, don't even think about it. Hurry up and carve formation patterns on the chessboard for me. Yi Fan almost couldn't help but want to kick him. All the archaic creatures that can come out have already come out. Only the king is still in a deep sleep, and he won't be waking up anytime soon. The large black dog was almost drooling. A great elite had fallen. The junior brother of Wavering Light Divine Lord, a supreme figure of his generation, had been sliced in half by a powerful golden creature that had just appeared. Kacha. His head was smashed into paste, and his divine sense was turned into dust before it could even rush out. Everyone was stunned. A super powerful figure had fallen. This golden creature, apart from having golden scales all over its body and an extra crocodile tail, was almost exactly the same as a human. Golden light blazed all over its body, and it burned fiercely. It was terrifying to the extreme, and even supreme figures weren't its opponent. It fought against many lords. Pooh! The old palace lord of the Illusion Destruction Palace was smashed into paste with a single slap, dying a violent death before he could even let out a miserable cry. But this golden archaic creature's golden hair hung down to its knees. With a forceful fling, it was as if golden divine flames were burning. It swept through the void, and 7 or 8 people were blasted apart. Pooh! It rampaged like lightning, and it tore apart a lord like the Xiaoyao sect's sect master. It grabbed out a thumping heart, and it was powerful and terrifying. The Ji clan's divine lord encountered it. The ancient mirror floating above its head shot out a brilliant rainbow light, destroying space and piercing through. Boom! This terrifying creature raised its hand to block. Its entire body seemed to be cast from gold, and it shone brilliantly, shattering the rainbow light and blocking it with its bare hands. Even someone as powerful as the Ji clan's divine lord was slightly inferior. The ancient mirror shattered the void, but it couldn't injure this terrifying golden creature. The two fought a life and death battle, turning into a sphere of dazzling splendor. Woof! The large black dog barked. Its large tongue stuck out and its eyes rolled back. It was almost choked to death by Yi Fan. Mother Kerr, didn't this emperor just want to take away 2 celestial treasures? Do you think it's easy for me? It was indignant. At this moment, they weren't attacked, and it was all because the monkey was using the archaic language to communicate with these ancient creatures. Yi Fan completely lost his temper. He really didn't know what to do when encountering such a high-grade dog. When it saw treasures, it couldn't move. Monkey, you definitely have a chance. Go in and steal 2 celestial treasures. Apart from the archaic creature's treasures, you might be able to find celestial items left behind by a true dragon. The large black dog didn't fear boiling water. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave. Yi Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. The plan was very good, and they had trapped a group of elites here. However, this damn dog was a variable. It was extremely unwilling to cooperate, and its old habit of greed acted up. It was possible that they would also be trapped. This emperor isn't greedy either. I'll just carry that vermilion coffin out, and I'll also capture that immortal true dragon herb. The large black dog bared its teeth. Mother Kerr. Yi Fan's face was about to turn green. He felt that they might really be tricked by this damn dog. Let's go. While the nest of 10,000 dragons is empty, we'll raid the nest of the archaic creature. The large black dog scuttled forward. He turned back and said, "It's fine, we can cross the void at any time." A miserable cry traveled over, shaking the nest of 10,000 dragons. Another supreme elite had died. Divine Lord All Beginnings is dead. A divine lord is starting to fall. Chapter 530. The divine lord of all beginnings was a supreme figure of his generation, yet he had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons. His skull had been ripped off by a purple creature, and his brain juices flowed out. His upper body was a mixture of red and white as he fell to the ground. This was not an ordinary expert. He was one of the masters of the Eastern Wasteland, far surpassing the other great elites. There were not many people in the mortal world who could compare to him, yet he had been killed. This was no less than a great earthquake, and the effects were great. Everyone was shocked, and they felt a chill in their bones. The nest of 10,000 dragons was too fierce, and even divine lords were beginning to fall. Ho! In the ancient cave, ancient beings roared. Among them, several were close to gods, and they were surrounded by halos. They led the ancient holy objects to suppress the various lords. In the distance, the Black Emperor shrunk his neck, and his eyes flickered. Damn too fierce. Even a supreme divine lord's head was ripped off. It's good that you know. Hurry up and leave. Yi Fan grabbed his bald tail, almost lifting him upside down. Don't worry, no one in this world treasures their life as much as I do. The large black dog bared his teeth and struggled free. Then, with a flash of light, a series of mysterious patterns appeared around them. It was the horn array left behind by the spatial emperor. We can cross the void at any time, the large black dog transmitted. However, he was much more careful now, and even felt a little apprehensive. After all, a supreme divine lord had been killed. Soon, the Eastern Wasteland would definitely be shaken. Swoosh! With a flash of light, they disappeared from where they were, and appeared in a nearby dragon cave. This place was not affected. You really want to go in? Yi Fan grabbed a tuft of his hair. Then let go. I know what I'm doing. This is a true dragon nest, and it's very likely that there are things unimaginable in the mortal world. If I can obtain it, I might even reach the heavens in a single step. Without needing it to say anything, Yi Fan knew what kind of place this was. According to the Heavenly Origin book, if there was a true dragon in this world, this would definitely be its abandoned nest. The ancient beings had only moved in later and slept here. It was almost impossible to imagine what was in the true dragon's nest. It was an existence on par with immortals. There are still powerful beings that have yet to awaken, reminded the monkey. I know. Let's hide in this dragon cave for now and let them battle to the death, the large black dog said. At this time, they were close to the central area of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were in a cave nearby, quietly waiting for an opportunity. A long roar rang through the air, and an ocean-like power surged violently. The human race's supreme expert Nangong Zhang's bravery and strength shocked the world. He killed 5 archaic creatures with his bare hands. Then he fought a great battle against a purple ancient creature that was almost humanoid, turning that place into a land of destruction. No other creatures dared to approach. It was the being that had killed Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings. Its body flashed with a purple light and was covered in scales. There was a purple gold tower above its head, and it charged toward Nangong Zheng like a mountain. Boom! The two clashed intensely. There was nothing they couldn't destroy. The nest of 10,000 dragons was covered in innate patterns, everlasting and imperishable. However, the ancient caves nearby still collapsed. The half-step cultivators and a few ancient beasts were sucked in and turned into meat paste on the spot. Clang! A small tree flew out from between Nangong Zheng's brows. It shone brilliantly, and it actually shot out streaks of chaotic sword radiance that were indestructible. The ancient creature's purple gold tower cracked, but it couldn't stop the small tree, allowing it to quickly close in. Pooh! Nangong Zheng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of innate essence energy. The small tree became even more resplendent, and it was as if it weighed billions of tons. It pressed down, suppressing this ancient creature that was surrounded by a divine halo. Roar! The ancient creature whose body flickered with purple light did its best to resist, but it still couldn't stop the small tree's suppression. Its body cracked and blood spurted out. Everyone was shocked. Nangong Zheng's reputation shook the southern part of the eastern wasteland, and he was invincible. It was indeed not a lie. Pooh! He shook with force, and the small tree that was more than a foot tall trembled violently. It swayed with tens of thousands of sword radiance, and the humanoid ancient creature shattered with a pew. Bone fragments and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was bloody, but it was also extremely shocking. The ancient creature that killed Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings was killed by a human supreme expert just like that. Nangong Zheng's reputation is not in vain. He actually killed such a powerful ancient creature. Even Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings isn't that purple creature's opponent. Everyone could only sigh in their hearts. They didn't have time to pay attention at all. Right now, they were all trying their best to break through. There really is a fierce person. This person is actually so powerful. The large black dog was shocked. He saw the corpse of a fierce person before. Being able to come out of the bronze celestial palace alive, he naturally isn't an ordinary person, Yi Fan said, and didn't comment further. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the sacred battle ape hid in the dragon cave. They had almost entered the vast ancient cave of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They had been waiting all this time. There were still ancient creatures that hadn't woken up, and most of them were extremely powerful. Get ready. If it's a humanoid, immediately escape, Yi Fan reminded. Not far away, the battlefield was even more intense. The terrifying ancient creature that was very humanoid, had a crocodile tail, and was covered in golden scales. The battle between the Ji family's divine leader had reached a climax. His methods were cruel and terrifying. In this process, he even killed 9 Grand Elders of the Holy Lands, and the Ji family's divine leader couldn't stop him. This golden ancient creature had the upper hand. At the crucial moment, he suddenly used a secret technique, walked through the void, and attacked the Purple Mansion divine leader. He took a blow from the Ji family's divine leader's ancient mirror and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He worked together with the other ancient creature to attack the Purple Mansion divine leader. The great Tao transformed into a network of patterns that pressed down densely, turning the void where the Purple Mansion divine leader was into an eternal state. He was temporarily frozen in place. The golden creature roared loudly and rushed over. A peerless killing intent surged out, and a boundless terrifying aura spread out. Pooh! At the crucial moment, the Purple Mansion divine leader broke free, but he was still a step too late. His left arm was torn off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The second divine leader had almost died. This was just a small part of the battle. In other places, battles of life and death were ongoing. The Queen Mother of the West, the South Mountain War King, and the Western Desert Divine Monk were all fighting. Their opponents were ancient creatures that were almost humanoid. They were all incredibly powerful, and they were all fighting with their true flames. Ancient pagodas, halberds of the war god, and relics shone brightly as they fought to the death. Beside them, the other sect masters were also fighting while bathed in blood. Many of them had already fallen, and not even their corpses remained. They had all been reduced to a puddle of blood. Boom! A peerless killing intent filled the air. 3 ancient creatures walked out of the nest of 10,000 dragons together. They were even slightly stronger than the ancient creatures that had appeared earlier. Everyone's hearts sunk. 3 of such powerful creatures suddenly jumped out. If this continued, it was likely that things were going to be disastrous. At the crucial moment, the Crow Taoist stepped out and faced one of them. This old demon was extremely powerful. He had lived for more than 3,000 years, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. Boom! An even more terrifying battle began. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, and blood, flesh, and broken bones flew everywhere. It was a terrifying scene of hell on earth. "Let's go! Our chance has arrived!" The large black dog shouted. The formation pattern left behind by the Void Emperor flowed with clear radiance. With a flash, they were sent into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn dog, they really came in. Yi Fan knew that it was too late to say anything. They could only advance. If we don't enter the dragon's cave, how can we obtain divine treasures? The large black dog's large eyes flickered with divine light. Why didn't they deviate by several million kilometers this time? Yi Fan was puzzled. You don't trust me too much. It's only a few kilometers, so how could they deviate? The large black dog was furious. Be careful. Once the ancient king awakens, none of us will be able to leave alive. The monkey reminded. Now, Yi Fan already understood that the ancient royal family could become emperors after reaching the pinnacle. However, even in the ancient era, there were only a few who had reached this level. But even so, once the ancient royal family matured, they would at least be comparable to the ancient saints of the human race. In fact, they might even have a saint physique. I've isolated all auras with the Void Emperor's formation pattern. Don't worry. Although the large black dog said this, he was also becoming nervous. Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons, the life essence was like the tide, and the dragon chi was like a surging river. It was as if there really was a dragon comparable to a celestial sleeping in the deepest part. Such a large source block. Even Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. Not far away, there was a large source block that was 4 or 5 square meters in size. It flickered with a crimson light, as if it was burning with raging flames. In the most central part, there were many divine sources, and sealed within them was a humanoid creature. This is still not the king of this race. The monkey made this judgment. This race had once produced an ancient emperor, and he was incredibly powerful. The nest of 10,000 dragons was full of holes, and there were many ancient caves that were filled with the vicissitudes of time. Dragon chi surged like a sea, and auspicious light flowed. A massive divine sources block. The black fur all over the large black dog's body stood on end. 1 kilometer away, within a dragon-shaped ancient cave, there was a 3-meter-long divine sources block that shone with blinding light. Within it, there was a purple-haired middle-aged man sleeping, and he looked exactly like a human. He did not have scales, Nor did he have a beast's tail, and he looked extremely mighty. One could not help but want to worship him, seal him in the divine sources, and rest peacefully here. This was an adult ancient king, an existence comparable to an ancient saint, or perhaps even more terrifying. Even the monkey was incredibly nervous. The large black dog was also scared. They were still 2 kilometers away, but he did not dare to take another step forward. He circled far away, avoiding this place. I want celestial treasures, not divine sources. He comforted himself, but he still stared at that large divine sources block, reluctantly turning his head back many times. Not long after, they saw another large divine sources block, and there was a woman sealed within. She was extremely quiet, just like a young human girl. It was impossible to tell that she was an ancient creature at all. However, if they sensed carefully, they would discover that there was a terrifying ocean-like power lying dormant within the young girl's body. Once it erupted, heaven and earth would be destroyed. Matherf *Ker, another king. The number is definitely about the same as the Purple Mountain. The large black dog mumbled. They directly advanced forward, their target very obvious. They were heading towards the vermilion ancient coffin, because the immortal herb was growing there, and there were tens of thousands of strands of dragon chi swirling around it. The ancient coffin floated up and down, and it was unknown how long it had existed. It had been buried by several divine sources blocks, but the ancient aura of the coffin could not be concealed, and it was engraved with the marks of time. I can't take it anymore. The large black dog was the first to be unable to take it anymore. That vermilion ancient coffin was too terrifying. Even with the protection of a corner of the Void Emperor's formation patterns, supreme killing intent still seeped in. Regardless of whether it was the Black Emperor, Yi Fan, or the monkey, their physical bodies were all rare in this world, but at this moment, there were actually signs of cracks. The immortal herb was rooted in the pile of divine sources beside the coffin, and it looked as if it was forged from gold. It was less than a foot tall, and there were tens of thousands of small dragons swirling around it, dazzling and eye-catching. Chapter 5:31. The godly medicine is right in front of us, but we can't get close to it. The large black dog was furious. If it weren't for the protection of the Void Monarch's formation patterns, they would have collapsed long ago. Their bones and flesh would have been torn apart by the terrifying killing intent of the ancient coffin. To say nothing of the Black Emperor, even Yi Fan and the sacred battle ape felt very helpless. They had already come this far, so it would be very difficult for them to retreat. Could it be that the corpse of an ancient emperor lies within the coffin? The large black dog shuddered as he thought of this possibility. The vermilion coffin lay in the air. Many divine source blocks covered it, and an ancient aura swept toward them, as if they were in an ancient land. In a trance, ancient trees towered into the sky, dragons, and creatures of the primordial world ran amok. The vast land was filled with the flames of war, and there were countless battles in the great wilderness. In the end, an ancient emperor appeared and pacified the land. The large black dog jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, and he said, "Take a closer look and see if there are any markings. Could it really be an emperor?" At this moment, he was trembling with fear, and he had the urge to flee. He was fearful and panicked toward an ancient emperor from the bottom of his heart. "There are no markings," Yi Fan murmured to himself. They circled around the ancient coffin, but they didn't find any clues. "Don't worry, the ancient emperor is already dead. No matter who he is, there's no need to be afraid." The large black dog forced himself to calm down and encouraged himself. There were no ancient emperors or ancient emperors in this world. After calming down, although they were fearful, they weren't very afraid. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the sacred battle ape all used their divine senses to observe carefully, wanting to find out what was going on. However, they shuddered at almost the same time, and their faces became extremely pale. That invisible killing intent could even cut through their divine senses, and it was almost about to destroy their divine senses. They couldn't probe inside, and could only close their eyes to sense the aura emanating from the coffin to deduce everything in this vermilion coffin. "Father!" After an unknown period of time, the monkey cried out in shock. His face was filled with shock, and he was extremely excited. His body was actually trembling. He saw the sacred battle ape in the ancient coffin, lying quietly and motionlessly. The supreme might of an ancient emperor was vast and mighty. Emperor Wuxia. At the same time, the large black dog also let out a cry of surprise. There was a look of shock on his face, and his large eyes were wide open. He was also trembling. When they saw the sacred emperor and ancient emperor, they were tongue-tied and dumbfounded as they sensed their auras. Why is it different? The monkey was puzzled. The ancient corpse in the coffin was actually able to affect one's state of mind, producing a childlike feeling. It made people unable to help but feel fearful. "Kid, what did you see?" the Black Emperor asked. Yi Fan opened his eyes and said, "I only saw primal chaos and nothing else." There were no corpses inside. There were actually 3 different results. They looked at each other in dismay and carefully sensed it with their divine senses. Finally, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. There was a lower half of a corpse inside the ancient coffin that seemed to have been cut off by someone. It was dripping with blood, and the white bones were dense, as if it had just been placed here not too long ago. Is this the truth? They repeatedly confirmed, but they could only see half a hazy corpse. It had long been cold for many years, without a trace of vitality. None of the ancient emperors survived. The large black dog sighed and fell silent for a long time. "What are you trying to say?" Yi Fan asked. "The nest of 10,000 dragons contains all the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, yet it only leaves behind a corpse. There's no suspense at all. Even the ancient emperors have died." The large black sighed. "The human emperors have the same fate as the ancient emperors." The sacred battle ape also sighed. The Black Emperor's expression was complicated. He stared at the immortal true dragon herb and pondered over it. It seemed like he had thought of many things. The ancient emperors had never met each other before. When one of them died, the other would be born. This made many people feel regretful. It was the same for the ancient emperors. There had never been 2 ancient emperors in the same era. They had both been born when there was a gap between generations, so it was difficult to compare them. Nangongjing has also come in. Yi Fan's eyelids twitched, and a sense of alarm rose in his heart. At the entrance of the nest of 10,000 dragons, an incredibly handsome man with snow-white hair disappeared with each step. He appeared in the ancient cave. It was the human great elite, Nangongjing. "It's fine. The Void Emperor's formation patterns are very special. I've already activated them, and they're hidden in the void. He can't discover us," the large black dog said. "Let's avoid them for now," Yi Fan said. "That's fine too. Time is of the essence. Let's enter the depths of the true dragon's old nest to search for celestial treasures." The large black dog turned back with each step, staring at the immortal true dragon herb, but he couldn't do anything. Nangongjing rushed toward the vermilion ancient coffin. His goal was very clear, but he couldn't get close. He paused with each step, and even someone as powerful as him had wounds appearing on his body. However, he didn't give up. He resolutely walked toward the ancient coffin, wanting to get closer. His heart is as firm as iron, and he would rather die than walk to the ancient coffin. Does he want to pluck the immortal divine herb, or is he going for the thing inside the coffin? Yi Fan was astonished. "It's fine. He can't get close at all. If he keeps going, he'll definitely die." The large black dog was very reassured. They advanced for several kilometers. There were many ancient caves, and the dragon nest was incredibly vast. During this process, they saw a large divine source block, and a white-haired elder was sealed inside. Though it looked very peaceful, it made them tremble. The elder in the divine source block was like a vast galaxy that could destroy this heaven and earth. "Oh Daokumi!" Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. F***CK, what kind of bird language is that? The large black dog muttered. Then, his body stiffened and he came to his senses. He slowly turned around to look. Without a doubt, an ancient era creature had discovered them. That was the language of the ancient era. Yi Fan's heart also jumped, and he turned around to look. Only the monkey could still be considered calm. In a dragon-shaped ancient cave, A youth around 11 or 12 years old walked out. Though he was a humanoid creature, his body was densely covered in purple scales. His eyes were very clear, and there was a hint of immaturity. There was a purple vertical eye between his brows that shone with a clear radiance. It was also because of this eye that he could see through the void formation patterns and see them. Ya, Lu Dao Kumi. The youth walked out of the ancient cave and continued to speak. What is he saying? Yi Fan asked. He is asking which race we are from and how we came in, the monkey replied. Aruya, the Black Emperor suddenly said. The Black Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and spat out these words. At the same time, a purple divine order appeared in his hand with a flash of light. Gu and I Aruya? The ancient race youth seemed to be very shocked, and he stared at them blankly. Aruya. The large black dog nodded solemnly. Yi Fan was completely dizzy. Why did this damn dog know how to speak the ancient era's language as well? It had stunned this youth, and he was still acting all high and mighty. What is it saying? He asked the monkey, puzzled. It says it is a descendant of the undying heavenly emperor. The monkey was also very shocked. He stared at the purple divine badge in the large black dog's hand and said, "It really is an ancient sovereign badge." The undying heavenly emperor was only a legend in the ancient era. It was so ancient that it was frighteningly ancient. It was said that he had almost surpassed the immortals, and was a god in the hearts of the various ancient era races. Yi Fan was dizzy. This damn dog really dared to say such things. However, the purple ancient sovereign badge in his hand had really stunned him. The youth's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He stared at the mysterious badge, and his mouth was agape, unable to say anything. This is a divine badge obtained from the Undying Mountain. This emperor has only learned a few phrases of the ancient bird language. Help me bluff him. The large black dog bared his teeth at the monkey. The monkey was so excited that he was trembling. He stared at the purple divine badge and said in a trembling voice, "Did the undying heavenly emperor really exist?" Monkey is asking you to speak. The large black dog was anxious. It really is like the legendary undying heavenly emperor's ancient badge. The monkey's eyes were fixed on it. The undying heavenly emperor was a legend in the hearts of the ancient era races, and it was difficult to confirm whether he had ever existed. He was a supreme god in the hearts of all races. At the side, the youth stared fixedly at the ancient sovereign badge. Then he actually knelt down, his fingers trembling as he tried to touch the purple divine badge. Good Alina, the large black dog mustered up his courage and muttered again. This is undoubtedly the ancient sovereign badge. It contains a mysterious aura that cannot be imitated. The monkey stroked it excitedly, turning it around to look at it. His father had an emperor fighting badge, but unfortunately it had been lost in the ancient era, so he had not been able to obtain it. The youth kneeling on the ground continued to mutter, saying a lot of words. Only after the monkey explained could he understand what he was saying. This purple divine badge had a great connection with the legendary undying heavenly emperor because his name was carved on it and there was an eternal emperor's mark on it. It might be a divine badge carved by an ancient emperor because he admired the undying heavenly emperor. The monkey made this deduction after serious consideration. This was because the undying heavenly emperor had existed too long ago, and it was said that he had not left anything behind at all. It was hard to say whether he existed or not, and the monkey was very doubtful. This is something from the Purple Mountain, right? Yi Fan asked. As long as it's useful. The large black dog did not answer. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Purple Mountain guarded by 9 dragons was indeed unfathomable, and even the undying heavenly emperor's ancient badge had been found inside. Dormiga. The youth communicated with the large black dog excitedly. The dog, on the other hand, was completely speechless, and repeated the 4 words, Good Alina. Moreover, it stared at the monkey almost resentfully, hoping that he would speak. The monkey calmed down, and began to speak, communicating with the youth. Tell him to bring us to see the celestial treasure. This is the dragon's lair. Let's go see if there are dragon eggs or remains left in the deepest part. The large black dog's eyes lit up. He said that there really are rare divine objects, but ordinary people can't see them. However, he said that we are descendants of immortals, so we will most likely be able to see them, the monkey explained from the side. The large black dog almost jumped up. He was so excited that his whole body was about to twitch, and he said, "I already knew that there would definitely be celestial treasures left in the dragon's lair." He said that he wants to awaken his father and bring us to see them, the monkey added. The large black dog's black face almost turned green. If the ancient era king were to awaken, apart from the ancient emperor, no one could save them. Tell him not to disturb the king. The monkey naturally knew this. After communicating for a long time, they walked toward the deepest part of the dragon's lair together. Though this youth had been born in a human form, his abilities weren't deep, and he was too young. Thus, the scales on his body hadn't receded yet. However, he was a genuine member of the royal family. The monkey himself was of the ancient era royal family, and Yi Fan was also a humanoid being. The large black dog, on the other hand, had an ancient emperor token. This youth didn't think too much of it. After advancing for several kilometers, an astonishing killing intent spread out from an ancient cave. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the monkey all felt their bones creak. Beside them, the youth also felt fear in his heart. His body trembled, and he circled around that ancient cave from afar. Another ancient coffin. The large black dog cried out involuntarily. Within the ancient cave, many shattered pieces of divine source chunks covered a gigantic coffin. It was lying in the void, and the incomparably terrifying killing intent had been emitted from it. Why is there a second ancient coffin? Yi Fan was also astonished. The monkey communicated with the youth, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He said that there are a total of 4 coffins, each more terrifying than the last. The last one is placed in the center of the dragon's lair. What? 4 ancient coffins? The large black dog jumped up in shock and said, "I know, it's definitely a vicious person. No wonder Emperor Wu sure didn't choose this place. This is the burial ground of vicious people." Chapter 5:32. The nest of 10,000 dragons was the burial ground of ruthless people. The large black dog was frightened by his own words. All the black fur on his body stood up, making him look like a huge porcupine. It could be said that his hair stood on end. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Fan's heart also sank. He always felt that it was better not to have too much karma with ruthless people. He took away the source root of all life from ruthless, and even almost took away his immortal medicine. Now that he stepped into the burial ground, he felt that something was very wrong. Heaven-devouring great emperor, did he really live 4 lives? The large black dog was a little scared. There were 4 ancient coffins here, and it made him think of many things. Damlina. The young man's eyes were big and clear, and he said something seriously. There were 4 ancient coffins here, each more terrifying than the last. However, some were empty, and only supreme killing intent was contained in them. That's right, he is undoubtedly the most ruthless person since ancient times. The 4 ancient coffins represent the end of 4 lives. The large black dog said solemnly. In his first life, Ruthless was the heaven-devouring great emperor. In his later years he sacrificed his old body into a heaven-devouring demon jar, and did not leave behind a corpse. In his second life, he broke out of his old body like a butterfly, and shed a divine fetus, cutting off the karma of the past. In his third life, he used the immortal medicine to extend his life, and obtained another life. The divine fetus returned to its youth, but it did not give birth to a new divine fetus. As for the fourth life, no one knew how he obtained it, but he should have reached the end of his life in this life, and could not live forever. If what Nangongzheng said is true, Ruthless most likely succeeded in the Bronze Celestial Palace, and thus had a fourth life. Yi Fan frowned. The sacred battle ape communicated with the young man, and obtained some useful information. The 4 ancient coffins were indeed a person, and the ancient royal family had already confirmed it. An old king had warned them not to approach, and for some reason, the young man thought it was the corpse of an ancient emperor. Out of respect, Emperor Wu sure did not choose this place, and instead found another purple mountain. The large black dog sighed and said, "Who would have thought that the most ruthless person since ancient times, who shocked the world, would be buried here?" Yi Fan had his suspicions and repeatedly questioned him. From the mouth of the archaic youth, he learned that Vicious had died a long time ago. His divine sense had been destroyed for over 200,000 years. An adult archaic king was slumbering here. His strength was comparable to an ancient saint, and he even had a large success saint physique. It was impossible for their judgment to be wrong. The large black dog grabbed a handful of soil and tossed it into the air. He heaved a long sigh and said, "The ancient emperors are all lonely, and they'll all return to the earth in the midst of invincibility. Rest in peace." Even though it had never seen a ruthless person before, it was most afraid of him or her. It had dug up their training grounds and searched for the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. Right now, it could only reminisce. They continued for several li, and then they saw another large piece of divine source. There was a middle-aged man sealed inside. He was majestic and tall, with a head of purple hair. He looked like an ancient emperor that was sleeping peacefully. In a daze, they saw him standing there proudly. With a loud roar, the great earth of the supreme ancient immortal realms collapsed. The sky sank down and the myriad of races submitted. "This is my father king. Should I wake him up?" The youth spoke. Upon hearing this, even the monkey's face turned green. He quickly shook his head and said, "Don't disturb the senior." Not long after, they finally saw the third ancient coffin. After advancing for several more li, they arrived at the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons. As expected, it's comparable to the Purple Mountains terrain. Yi Fan exclaimed in admiration after carefully inspecting it. There were 9 ancient caves in the shape of true dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and they were countless li long. Their tails faced outwards, and the 9 dragon heads pointed toward the central region. It was similar to the layout of the 9 dragons protecting the Purple Mountain. Moreover, the 9 majestic true dragons were densely packed underground. There were ancient caves everywhere, and they were all in the shape of dragons. It could be said that there were 10,000 hidden dragons here. The aura of the 4th ancient coffin is coming over. The nest of 10,000 dragons was full of holes, and there were many ancient caves. Dragon chi flowed like the sea, and they finally arrived at the central celestial land. "The old nest of the true dragons," the large black dog exclaimed in surprise. In front of them, there were countless ancient trees. They had already withered and died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Each tree branch was so thick that even several dozen people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around it. Dragon wood. According to legend, this is the divine material used by the true dragons to build their nests. The large black dog's eyes widened. Many ancient trees were piled up together, forming a huge nest. It looked very simple and crude, but it was extremely mysterious. It was incredibly majestic, and it was formed from countless ancient trees. It was as tall as a mountain, and there were tens of thousands of giant dragons roaming about. They were all formed from dragon chi. There really is a nest of dragons. Even the sacred battle ape was dumbfounded, and he was slightly dazed. Yi Fan was also stunned. It was recorded in the original heavenly book that the nest of 10,000 dragons could possibly be the nest of the true dragons. All of this had been deduced by the Yuan Taoist master, and he had never entered it before. Now, he was fortunate enough to witness all of this. There really was an ancient nest inside, and it was completely constructed from dragon wood. It had not withered even now. There were tens of thousands of dragons roaming about like great rivers, and they circled around the dragon nest. It was incredibly mysterious and majestic. The dragon wood was jet black, and the entire nest was also jet black. It was ancient and old-fashioned, and there was a fearsome aura permeating the air. Damn, it seems like there really were dragons that lived here before. The large black dog exclaimed. The monkey was also tempted. Never would he have thought that he would see an abandoned dragon nest. It was like a fantasy story. A dragon on the same level as the celestial realm existed before? Yi Fan was also stunned. There are definitely celestial treasures in a dragon nest, and anything left behind by it is a precious treasure. Even this dragon nest is a peerless divine object. The large black dog's greed was acting up again. He unleashed a powerful mystical power, and he actually wanted to take away the entire ancient nest. His divine power was vast, and he wanted to stir up the nest that was constructed from dragonwood. However, the divine power he unleashed was like a clay ox entering the sea, and it was nothing at all. It was like a drop of water falling into a desert, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hurry up and help us. If we can take away this ancient nest, we'll have obtained a massive fortune. The large black dog called out. Madaraniru? The youth from the ancient imperial tribe asked in confusion. He's asking us what we're doing. We can't touch the ancient nest carelessly, or else we'll be in great danger, the monkey explained. It can't be, right? There's no danger? The large black dog sensed carefully, but didn't discover anything. He said, if we refine this ancient nest, we can definitely transform it into an invincible divine object, and we can take away and suppress anything. Even my father has never seen a celestial mark, so this place shouldn't be the nest of a true dragon, the monkey muttered to himself. He had thought of many things. His father was the emperor of fighting, and he looked down on the ancient realm. His race's battle prowess was world-shocking, and it could be imagined how terrifying he would be once he became an ancient emperor. It could be said that the old Saint Emperor of fighting strength could look down on both ancient and modern times. The final years of the ancient realm were completely his world. If this place was an immortal world, an old Saint Emperor who urgently wanted to enter the celestial realm would definitely sense it, yet he had never mentioned it. That's right, this is most likely a nest left behind by an ancient emperor, and no one knows about it. The monkey made this judgment after careful consideration. Regardless of whether it's a true dragon or an ancient emperor, the ancient nests they left behind are all peerless divine objects, not to mention the celestial treasures that might be contained inside. The large black dog didn't care so much. After seeing this dragon nest, he was completely at a loss for what to do. He only wanted to take it for himself, and he kept thinking of ways to do so. Yi Fan was very cautious. He used his origin technique to investigate, but he felt that he couldn't see through this place at all. This was a place where 10,000 dragons gathered, and it was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. Let me give it a try. The large black dog didn't dare to take the risk with his real body. He plucked out a long shiny black hair from his body, and with a strong blow, he transformed into a black dog the size of a calf. Go, enter the dragon nest and see what's going on, he commanded. Woof! The large dog that had transformed into pounced toward the ancient nest like a black bolt of lightning. The youth of the 10,000 ancient races cried out in shock, fear written all over his face. He hid behind the others, his body trembling. Oh no! Yi Fan had a bad premonition that the situation was bad, and he took out the myriad chi cauldron, sending down 10,000 silk ribbons. The monkey also took out a peerless murderous weapon and held it in his hand, using it as a large club, ready to swing it at any time. Woof! In front of the ancient nest, the large dog let out a miserable wail and turned into ashes on the spot. Its afterimage was imprisoned in the dragon nest. At the same time, a streak of chaotic sword projection shot out. It was terrifying beyond compare, and it seemed as if it could destroy all things. Everyone was shocked. This was a pure chaotic sword projection. Let alone them, even a supreme divine lord would be killed if they were struck by it. In the Black Emperor's large paw, the ancient sovereign token was shrouded in purple aura, and it froze in the air, blocking this attack. The chaotic light quickly retreated like water. The ancient sovereigns are so terrifying. They've been dead for millions of years, but the ancient token they left behind still possesses such celestial might. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. I found this piece of purple metal in a corner. It's actually a supreme divine object. The large black dog hugged the ancient sovereign token with all his might, and even saliva was dripping out of his mouth. He couldn't stop smiling foolishly. May the undying heavenly emperor protect us. The youth from the ancient royal family prayed to the god in his heart. Then he seriously warned the three of them not to act recklessly. They circled around the ancient nest and discovered a terrifying fact. As long as they approached within 1.5 kilometers of the nest, their divine power would be completely stripped away, and they would only be able to recover after walking out of the nest. Although this place was vast, there were layers of ancient cave walls in the way, and there wasn't much suitable distance to observe from. Finally, they climbed up a precipice and looked into the depths of the dragon nest, trying to figure out what was inside. Dragon scale. The large black dog was shocked. In the ancient nest that was constructed from dragon wood, he discovered a shining scale, which had a wisp of the might of an ancient emperor. Regardless of whether it was the true dragon's ancient nest or the ruins of the ancient sovereigns, that scale was priceless, and it could definitely be used as a sacrifice to refine. The dragon wood was jet black, and only by piling up tens of thousands of them together could such a huge nest be formed. Endless dragon chi surged, and when a gust of wind blew past, the scene inside the nest was revealed, and everyone was shocked. The fourth ancient coffin. The land of primal chaos. In the instant that the tens of thousands of strands of dragon chi revealed a sliver of a gap, they could faintly see the interior of the true dragon's old nest. A huge coffin was floating, and endless primal chaos was surging. Is this the primal chaos born from the nest of a true dragon, which is on the same level as the celestial? Or could it be that someone intentionally used dragon wood to conceal this land of natural primal chaos? They were all shocked. If it was the former, it proved that there were celestials in this world, and if it was the latter, it meant that this place was too mysterious and unfathomable. At the bottom of the nest that was constructed from dragon wood, endless primal chaos surged, as if heaven and earth were being split apart. The ancient coffin floated there, and it was incredibly mysterious. The fourth reincarnation of Ruthless is here. He or she really knows how to choose a place. The large black dog was shocked. The nest of 10,000 dragons contains primal chaos, and it's actually such a terrain. Yi Fan pondered and compared it to the Origin Heavenly Book, making deductions. Suddenly Yi Fan was shocked. The all-life source chi was trembling, and it rushed out from his body, hovering above his head, and descending tens of thousands of strands of heaven and earth chi. His whole body shivered. The all-life source chi cauldron trembled continuously, and it actually resonated with something in the ancient nest. Crack! At the bottom of the true dragon's old nest, the ancient coffin was enshrouded by primal chaos, and the lid of the coffin was slowly opening. There was a sliver of connection between it and Yi Fan's cauldron that was difficult to sever. Clang! The lid of the coffin slowly moved, and slowly opened. Chapter 5:33. The dragon wood was jet black and extremely thick. The nest that was built had almost lost its luster after countless years. This nest was as big as a mountain. Chaos surged at the bottom, as majestic as the creation of heaven and earth. The ancient coffin floated up and down, and the lid of the coffin moved slowly. It slowly opened under the lingering primordial aura. Clang! The coffin lid tilted to one side, and the sound it made their souls tremble. It was like the first sound after the creation of heaven and earth. The all-chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head shook violently and was about to fly out and rush into the giant nest of chaos. It was a little uncontrollable. Don't let it go. This is the corpse of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and it wants to claim your karma. Don't let it go. The large black dog muttered while shivering. Yi Fan was calm. He didn't want to have any entanglement with the ancient great emperor. If the all-chi cauldron flew away, he wouldn't be so disappointed. He stood quietly on the cliff and didn't deliberately do anything. If there really was some so-called karma, the means of an ancient great emperor definitely couldn't resist it, and it would just be in vain. A corpse. The monkey was extremely nervous. He tightly grasped the almost rotten murderous weapon in his hand and stared at the ancient coffin. The young man of the far ancient imperial tribe was extremely terrified. His eyes were full of fear, and he hid behind the others, his body trembling slightly. The most heaven-defying great emperor since ancient times, who lived for an extremely long time. The large black dog's hair stood up, and he took a few steps back. In the ancient coffin, the chaotic fog was hazy, and a corpse that wasn't very complete lay there quietly, dripping with blood. It couldn't be seen clearly. This was the fourth life of Ruthless. Even the chaos couldn't do anything to his corpse. It's hard to imagine how strong his body was. Even a strand of his hair can break through the chaos. His body has already become the world's most precious holy object, and can be refined into an extreme saint weapon. They were extremely shocked. The cultivation level of this ancient great emperor was already unfathomable. It was comparable to gods, and he could be said to be a god of the world. For lives ended. Now it could be clearly confirmed that the last body of Ruthless was in the coffin. Such damage meant that he couldn't be reborn. Even though he created the indestructible heaven art, he could only extend his life for one life and couldn't walk another path. Ruthless finally reached the end. Plop. The ancient royal youth knelt down, trembling with fear. The ancient coffin exuded a wisp of pressure that made him feel as if he was facing a god. He felt incomparable reverence. Although the myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head was trembling, it did not really fly out. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons fell down and finally calmed down. However, a mysterious connection had not been severed. At this moment, everyone felt like they were hallucinating. They felt a fluctuation of emotions, as if someone was whispering to them. Vicious defied the heavens and stood at the peak of the human race. He showed disdain for the ancient emperors, looked down on the emperors, and stunned the ages. The reason he couldn't live forever wasn't because he wasn't outstanding enough, but rather because this world couldn't allow him to ascend to immortality, unable to raise the multicolored light to leave. He had already walked to the extreme, yet there was no path forward. Despite this being the case, he still went against the flow like a deity, establishing a Tao that had never been seen before throughout the ages. He lived 4 eras in reverse, and no one from past to present could compare. All of this seemed so real. It was as if someone was talking to himself, and it transmitted into everyone's hearts. It made them indescribably astonished, as if it was real yet also an illusion. You stunned the ages and no one could compare to you. Even in death, you were still a peerless hero, looking down on the past and present, an emperor among men. Dead in the end, you still died. You lived an outstanding life, but 4 eras came to an end, and it was difficult to compare. You were invincible and lonely. Shockingly talented, an ancient heavenly emperor, yet he couldn't live forever. The world couldn't tolerate his mistake, and it was only because of you. Everyone sighed. In the end, such a great expert was still obliterated by the passage of time, shattering the last trace of their fantasies. However, Vicious' life was absolutely unrivaled throughout the ages. He used his mortal body to go against the flow and become one of the most powerful characters in the past and present. Is that the emotion of the ancient heavenly emperor? We can feel it. He seemed very calm before his death, as if life and death were nothing much. This was what everyone felt. Although there was a sigh in that emotion, it was more of a calmness. It was as if he had seen through the joys and sorrows of separation, as well as his indifference towards life and death. Perhaps Vicious had lived for too long, and was really tired. Tens of thousands of dragons leaped together, and the ancient coffin was surrounded and worshipped by tens of thousands of giant dragons formed from dragon chi. Only when gales surged could one see the outline of the coffin. With another hurried glance, the head of this heavenly emperor appeared from the chaotic mist in the ancient coffin. His hair was jet black, but unfortunately, there was a mask on his face. It was a ghostly face that seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. There was sorrow on his face, but also joy. Perhaps this was his or her entire life. Tears fell amidst joy, and a smile amidst sorrow. No one understood Vicious. He was the most mysterious, and no one knew his or her heart. Perhaps this mask was the only thing that revealed a bit of his or her heart, and others couldn't understand it. In a short period of time, everyone was very silent. They felt a kind of loneliness, as well as the desolation of being at the top. After an unknown period of time, they gradually came back to their senses. Dead, they're all dead. The large black dog heaved a long sigh. Then he actually began to wail sorrowfully and said, "Emperor Wuxia is also dead. They're all dead." In the end, not a single one survived. What's the point of cultivating to the end? The Black Emperor revealed his emotions for once, and he was incredibly sorrowful. He looked in the direction of the Purple Mountain and said, "Emperor, rest in peace." The last shred of hope was also shattered. Yi Fan was in a daze. There really wasn't a single heavenly emperor that had survived. His hopes for Emperor Wuxia had also vanished into thin air because of the Black Emperor. While a soft sound came from the ancient coffin, and a hazy streak of light flew out. It was as if a dragon was leaping in the chaos, and it was extremely mysterious and mystical. "What's that?" Everyone was jolted awake, and they stared at the chaotic mist with shock in their hearts. Could there be a living creature in the ancient coffin? "Ai, Su Ichiong." The youth from the ancient imperial tribe exclaimed in surprise, his expression extremely excited. This was the celestial treasure of the ancient nest, and ordinary people couldn't see it at all. It was already not bad if it flew out once every several tens of thousands of years. The ancient king that was slumbering here had only been fortunate enough to sense it once or twice, but he didn't dare to come and snatch it, and could only observe it from afar. "Catch it, catch it." The large black dog wiped his face, and the sorrowful expression on his face disappeared completely. He recovered his greedy nature and continued to hoot. "Su Ichiong Gunali." The youth from the ancient imperial tribe shouted loudly and warned. The monkey revealed a serious expression and said, "He said that we definitely can't go and catch it. Otherwise, even if the ancient king intervened, he wouldn't be able to keep his life." The large black dog scratched his ears and cheeks, and couldn't sit still at all. However, there was nothing he could do even if he was anxious. He shouted, "If we can't obtain a celestial treasure after entering the crow's nest, we'll really be letting down our 8 generations of ancestors." Ding. He held the ancient sovereign badge in his hand, and continuously struck it. He waved it at the dragon nest of chaos and said, "The divine badge of the ancient Saint Emperor is here, hear my call." That light wasn't very dazzling, and it seemed to be condensed from starlight. It was gentle and bright, and it was very attractive. It flew around the ancient coffin, rushing out 9 times, and then entering inside 9 times. In the end, it rushed out, and flew out of the ancient crow's nest. Dang! The large black dog worked even harder, and used his large paw to forcefully strike that ancient sovereign badge. He said, "It's really been summoned by me." That light really flew over, and it was like a beam of moonlight descending. The large black dog howled, and stretched out his large paw to catch it. However, with a flash of brilliance, it avoided the large black dog, and with a schwa sound, it entered into the all-chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head, and its divine splendor disappeared. "Brat, this is robbery, you're committing a crime." The large black dog was furious and pounced over. He opened his large mouth to bite, and wanted to snatch a piece of the cauldron. "It has nothing to do with me at all." It flew in by itself. Yi Fan pressed down on his large head to prevent him from being bitten. "Nonsense, I went through untold hardships to summon it here, and you intercepted it halfway." The large black dog was furious. When everything calmed down, the large black dog was at his wit's end, because after this light was taken out, if he didn't touch it, it would fly back into the cauldron on its own. The few of them all crowded over and carefully examined this celestial treasure. There was no one who wasn't astonished, especially the youth from the ancient imperial tribe, whose expression was filled with shock. Yi Fan held it in his hand. This was an ancient scroll, and it was sparkling and translucent, as if it was forged from the essence of the sun and moon. However, it was extremely soft. It was square in shape and was about 1.5 meters tall. When it was spread out, stars would occasionally flash and disappear on its surface. It was light and peaceful, and it was impossible to tell what exactly it was. What kind of divine object is this? The few of them were all puzzled, and after studying it for a long time, they still couldn't figure it out. Could it be an ancient scripture? The large black dog was bewildered. The few of them probed it with their divine senses, but still couldn't find anything. This ancient scroll that seemed to be forged from the essence of the sun and moon was boundless, and there was no end to it. The monkey carefully recalled, and as if he had thought of something, he suddenly revealed an expression of shock, and said, My father seems to also have an ancient scroll like this. I have some vague memories of it, and he often looks at it late at night. His father was an ancient imperial tribe emperor, and was a fighting saint of his generation. He was invincible, and he actually often looked at an ancient scroll like this late at night. This was really shocking. It can't be the celestial treasure that the emperor of fighting of the ancient era possessed, right? Yi Fan was bewildered. Similar, very similar. I think it's that ancient scroll. The more the monkey looked at it, the more familiar it felt, and nodded solemnly. F***ck, it's definitely a celestial treasure. Even the emperor of fighting often looked at it quietly, and then it fell into the hands of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Its value is immeasurable. The Black Emperor was almost lying on top of it, and stared at it with all his might. Clang. In the mountain-like crow's nest, the lid of the ancient coffin closed. Then, it slowly sank down, and disappeared into the boundless primal chaos. It has sunk down, no longer remaining in this world, and returned to the primal chaos. Yi Fan was startled. Maybe this was the best ending for the ancient emperors. He let out a long sigh and said, "Let's go, we can't stay here for long." There were definitely more divine items in the ancient nest, but they couldn't get close, so there was no point in staying any longer. The few of them bowed to the crow's nest to express their respect for the ruthless emperor, and then they quickly left. Su Cheongdelina? The youth from the ancient imperial tribe called out. He felt that it was inappropriate to bring the celestial treasure away. The monkey explained repeatedly, and he didn't say anything else. Boom. When they walked into the distance, there was a violent tremor behind them. The entire ancient nest was in a state of haziness, and it was completely drowned in primal chaos. Chapter 5:34. Yi Fan and the others turned around and saw that the ancient nest was vast. Chaos surged and completely submerged this place. Everything had disappeared. From now on, there are no more ruthless people in this world. They knew that the ancient celestial emperor had disappeared from the world forever. His life had finally come to an end. No one understood him, no one knew him, and no one knew the little things in his heart. When everything disappeared, only a ghost face that seemed to be crying and smiling appeared in their memories. Sorrow and smile coexisted. Only these revealed the little things in his heart. Yi Fan and the others silently retreated. It was hard to describe the feelings in their hearts. They left the ancient celestial emperor's resting place. After leaving the ancient nest, they started to talk again. The ancient royal youth invited them to see his father, treating them as honored guests. They shook their heads vigorously. They would not go even if they were beaten to death. Unless the monkey grew up and Yi Fan cultivated his saint physique to the great perfection, they would definitely not be enough. Most likely, a glance from the ancient king would be able to destroy them. The large black dog pondered for a long time. He held the ancient sovereign token and tried to get close to the ancient royal youth, asking him to borrow a divine source block. "I don't want too much. Just lend me 1 or 2 blocks is enough." The monkey instantly glanced at him. He felt that this dog was too unkind. He did not even pass on a message for him. "Monkey, what do you mean? Quickly ask for me. I know you do not lack divine source. When the brat Yi cut you out, you were more cunning than anyone else. You snatched the murderous weapon and even took away the 2 large pieces of divine source that can seal people. You did not even leave a single hair for us." When the large black dog talked about this matter in the God City, he was extremely angry and scolded the monkey. In the end, the monkey passed on a message for him. The ancient royal youth was in a difficult position. Divine source was extremely precious to them, and they did not have too many in storage. The large black dog did not give up. He did not want to return empty-handed after entering a treasure land, so he asked Yi Fan to use an origin technique to find a few pieces of divine source. Yi Fan had already searched seriously, but the few large divine source blocks all had ancient kings sealed in them. It was very difficult to find anything without an owner. They walked very far and stopped in an ancient cave. Yi Fan's heart moved. He felt a piercing pain in his eyes. The cave was resplendent and filled with divine light. "Stupid dog, stop tricking the child. Yi Fan called the large black dog over and transmitted his voice, preparing to mine the divine source. "Stupid dog, stop tricking the child." He lightly pointed out with a finger, and a giant boulder was broken. The stone surface cracked apart, and dazzling light shone. The entire cave shone brilliantly, creating a divine and auspicious scene. A head-sized divine source block tumbled out. The large black dog immediately pounced over and hugged her tightly in his arms. He hurriedly wiped away his saliva and asked, "Do you have more?" "Yi Fan, and maybe we really found it." Yi Fan was a little nervous and excited. He felt that this would be the biggest gain he had ever made in his Genesis techniques. It was because the depths of the ancient cave were even more dazzling. There were quite a few divine origin blocks sealed within, most likely 2 or 3 cubic meters in size. It was about the same size as the great divine origin block that sealed archaic kings. "Let me." The large black dog personally used his paw to chisel open the cave. Not long after, rainbow light flowed, and the ancient cave became resplendent. Another large divine source block was dug out, and the large black dog was almost transparent under the light. Spiritual essence surged like a tide. "Great luck, great fortune." The Black Emperor laughed foolishly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It bent down and quickly dug the ground. Not long after, it dug out another piece of divine source the size of a face plate. The golden divine light was burning like raging flames. "No, stop digging." Yi Fan was shocked. He used his divine eye and saw a person through the stone wall. However, he was still a step too late. The large black dog cut open the stone wall with his paw, revealing a large divine source block. It was about 2 square meters in size, and it stood silently in the depths of the ancient cave. "El Yunani!" The youth from the ancient royal family cried out in shock. Yi Fan and the others felt cold all over, and they hurriedly retreated. They felt a frightening aura, and their hairs stood on their ends. Within the divine source block, there was an old man who was as thin as a stick. He sat cross-legged, and there was no sign of life, but it made one's heart palpitate. His upper body was bare, and he was bony. His lower body was wrapped in a beast's skin. He looked very primitive, but it gave one a terrifying feeling. This primitive old man's eyes were tightly closed, and his eye sockets were sunken. His gray hair was messy like weeds, and he held a bone club in his hand. The most shocking thing was that his whole body was bound by iron chains, and they almost pierced into his flesh. The crimson iron chains shone with light, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary items. There were many patterns inscribed on them. That was definitely a powerful symbol that sealed him, preventing him from breaking out. He couldn't move in the slightest. "Who is this?" Yi Fan was very shocked. It was obvious that this was a prisoner, and he was very powerful and terrifying. There were no signs of life, and he was almost like a wooden stake, but he was terrifying. "El Yunani." The youth from the ancient royal family was very flustered, and he said a lot of words. He said that this is an ancient vicious person who kills without batting an eye, and sees life as nothing. "He is imprisoned here," the monkey explained. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked at the skinny old man wrapped in beast skin, and felt that it was very strange. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a human, and not like an ancient king. "Damn, I also feel that he is a human, and not an ancient royal family. What is going on?" The large black dog was also shocked. "Is this really an ancient vicious person?" Yi Fan asked the monkey. "Oh my Yido." The youth was very excited, and he continuously retreated, indicating that they should quickly leave this place as well. He said that this is a saint of the ancient human race, and he is very terrifying and has killed countless living beings, the monkey said with a strange expression. "What? A saint of the ancient human race?" Yi Fan almost cried out in shock. This old man dressed in beast skin is a human who survived from the ancient era? The large black dog's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The youth from the ancient royal family nodded seriously, indicating that this person was extremely dangerous, and they needed to leave this place in case something ominous happened. "Damn, he is luckier than the ancient emperors, and he has lived for so long." The large black dog cried out in shock and was stunned. Waves of shock surged in Yi Fan's heart. This was a human who had lived for the longest time he had ever seen. He had once asked the Black Emperor and the monkey in detail about how to use the divine source to survive, because seeing that the ancient royal family could seal themselves, he had always been puzzled. Why didn't the ancient human elites do the same? The monkey gave him an answer, and it was all fate. The large black dog's answer was even more detailed. Becoming a living dead person in the divine source was completely ineffective against the ancient emperors, because they were too powerful, and there was nothing that could seal the ripples of their life force. As for the human elites below the emperor level, they would never have that chance. Just like the monkey said, it was all fate. In the desolate ancient era, there were still ordinary pure divine source that could be formed, but the divine source ended in the ancient era. If one wanted to seal themselves in the divine source that had already formed couldn't be used at all. They needed the divine source liquid to fuse into it the moment it formed. The divine source liquid was the essence of heaven and earth, and it gradually went extinct in the ancient era. After the last batch was formed, it could no longer form. In the ancient era, some drastic changes happened, and the prosperous ancient races went into decline. They were also fortunate to have the last batch of the essence of heaven and earth that they could use. They could enter a dangerous place that could form the divine source liquid, seal themselves, and sleep, waiting for a chance to rise again. Of course, it was impossible to have so much divine source liquid to use. Only a few royal families and their most trusted subordinates had this kind of opportunity. Otherwise, in the vast and boundless great wilderness, why were there only a few places like the absolute beginning forbidden zone, the Purple Mountain, and the nest of 10,000 dragons that had the remains of ancient creatures? The weak were prey to the strong, and only a few great royal families managed to obtain the divine source liquid. The rest all returned to the ancient era and became soil. There was no lack of divine source in the ancient era, but the divine source liquid that was forming was very rare. Only the most powerful royal families could obtain it. Now, the essence of heaven and earth had dried up, and it was impossible for the miraculous scene of the ancient era to appear again. Once the divine source liquid was formed, it could never be turned into a divine source liquid. In the past, there were so many ancient races, and they were extremely prosperous. However, it was already not bad for one person to obtain the divine source liquid out of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people. The monkey sighed. The human race survived the ancient era's calamity, and the future generations don't need to seal themselves anymore. Yi Fan said after thinking about it carefully. The ancient human experts had long lost the chance to obtain the divine source liquid from the ancient era. As for the great emperors of the human race, even if they could defy the heavens and produce the divine source liquid, it was useless to them. Once they became emperors, nothing in the world could restrain them. That was because they were too powerful, surpassing everything in the world. Apart from the immortal divine medicine that could extend their lifespan for a lifetime, there was nothing else that could help them. Yi Fan pondered for a short while and quickly came back to his senses. There was a primordial human saint in front of him. This was truly earth-shattering news. If he was rescued, it would definitely shake the eastern wilderness and shock the world. In the divine source block, this old man was really too primitive. His skin was bronze and dry. The beast's skin below his waist was mottled with patterns. Upon closer inspection, it was shocking. That was definitely the skin of a powerful savage beast, and it was a very powerful one at that. The white bone club in his hand was warm and crystalline. It was as white as jade, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. It was impossible to estimate how terrifying its power would be if it attacked at full force. However, after thinking about it carefully, Yi Fan also felt relieved. How could the weapon of the primordial human saint be ordinary? It was definitely an earth-shattering divine item. Unfortunately, the old man was bound by the crimson chains and suppressed by the innate patterns on it. He was no different from being dead. This person can't be released. The monkey suddenly said with a frown. But Yi Fan asked. According to what the young man said, there was a problem with his cultivation. He was delirious and committed an endless massacre. This was a human saint from the primordial era. Moreover, he was a terrifying figure whose strength had reached the pinnacle. His combat strength was so strong that it was shocking. In the primordial era, the human race had two supreme divine arts. Once mastered, they would be earth-shattering and could dominate the world. This primordial saint cultivated the true sun art to the extreme. Then, he cultivated the true moon art and wanted to combine the two divine arts. However, because of this, a huge problem occurred. The true sun saint and true moon saint clashed and could not be reconciled, resulting in a huge disaster. He was a god in the day and a demon at night. His mind was delirious and he killed many human experts. He even slaughtered many top figures of other races. It could be said that this human saint from the primordial era had committed a monstrous massacre. Many races fought against him. In the end, the young man's grandfather and his father came together and suppressed this human saint, sealing him here forever. Why didn't you kill him? Yi Fan's heart stirred. The young man was a little troubled and his expression was a little unnatural. The monkey immediately understood and said, "The mystic arts of the various races can be used for reference." I see. Yi Fan nodded. At the same time, he was very excited. This human saint from the primordial era actually had two supreme divine arts. In the primordial era, the human race only had two ancient scriptures. He actually learned both of them and had them on him. However, this also resulted in a huge disaster. Chapter 5:35. The Moon True Technique and Sun True Technique are the most primitive ancient scriptures of the human race. The large black dog exclaimed. The ancient humans first appeared near the forbidden, ancient, desolate land of the southern region. According to the records of other races, they were suspected to have come from beyond the heavens. The ancient humans had two great ancient scriptures that stole the mysteries of heaven and earth. They could be used to cultivate the most fundamental moon saint power and sun saint power. They were mysterious and unfathomable, and their power was unparalleled. Yi Fan had also heard that when the ancient emperors created their supreme ancient scriptures, they received many inspirations from these two most primitive scriptures. This ancient human saint's entire body is a treasure. He's practically a celestial treasure. The large black dog said, drooling. A single drop of blood from an ancient saint could kill a supreme elite of the present age, and the warm and pure white bone club in his hand must be a shocking divine object. Of course, the most important thing was that he possessed the two most primitive ancient scriptures of the human race. They were priceless divine treasures that had been lost for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. And the crimson iron chain that bound his body was also a divine object. It was covered densely with symbols that flickered brilliantly. It was complicated and profound, and could seal an ancient saint. It must be a rare treasure. Yi Fan was also excited. This person was a living ancient scripture. The Sun True Technique and the Moon True Technique, these two most primitive ancient scriptures, made him very expectant. If he could obtain them, he might be able to deduce the evolution process of the human race's inheritance. After all, cultivation had already begun in that era. Although it was a great opportunity for He Shou to take away this ancient saint, it was also accompanied by great danger. If they were not careful, they might provoke a monstrous killing calamity. A Martrich. The youth of the ancient royal family said something loudly, a vigilant look in his eyes. He gradually felt that something was wrong. He said not to touch this ancient vicious person and urged us to leave quickly, the monkey explained. Yi Fan knew that if they wanted to take away the ancient saint, the youth would definitely stop them and even summon his royal father. Let him sleep for a while and then we'll leave. He didn't want to hurt this youth. After all, there was no hatred between them, and he had brought them so far. Pang! The monkey lightly slashed with his palm, and the youth fell down. He was placed on a flat green rock in the ancient cave, and he would wake up in an hour. Whoosh! Yi Fan stored the great divine source block with the ancient saint sealed in it into the myriad chi cauldron. The origin essence chi surged, making him feel comfortable all over. We have to be careful. This old saint is not in a clear state of mind. If he manages to break free, all of us will die. The large black dog muttered. It was rare that they were not fighting over the saint. Yi Fan was shocked. He could feel a terrifying aura pervading the cauldron. It originated from this great divine origin block, as if a barbaric dragon was about to awaken. I need to find a place to bury him after I get out. I can't bring him along with me. He quickly made this decision. Although the two most primitive ancient scriptures were comparable to immortal treasures, they were not as important as his life. When they retreated, they gradually heard the battle cries again. The battle had already reached its climax. It was incomparably fierce and tragic. Crow Taoist. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He saw that old crow in the nest of 10,000 dragons. His body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. The Crow Taoist was powerful, and he was from the same generation as the Crimson Dragon Taoist. In the current world, he could do whatever he wanted, and there weren't many who could match him. He didn't break out of the encirclement. Instead, he searched in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was obvious that he had nothing to fear, and he wanted to obtain immortal treasures. The Crow Taoist disappeared in a flash, charging into the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, and disappeared without a trace. Nangongzheng Crow Taoist. They definitely aren't the only two. There are most likely others who have also charged in. Luckily we got here first. These ultimate bigwigs were powerful, and they dared to barge into the danger zone. After searching for a while, they would definitely be able to reap great rewards. The immortal godly medicine was a foot tall, and it was rooted in the pile of divine source beside the ancient coffin. Its entire body seemed to be forged from gold, and it was dazzling. Can we use the formation patterns of the Void Emperor to capture the godly medicine? Yi Fan asked. It had 9 leaves, and they floated about like golden clouds. They were very ethereal and very eye-catching. It's very difficult. The large black dog shook his head and sighed. There was a palm-sized small dragon at the top of the immemorial godly medicine. It was vivid and lifelike, and it was dazzling and fragrant, almost intoxicating. It was incredibly alluring. Last time, I almost obtained it, but this time, the difficulty is too great. Yi Fan was regretful. The immortal godly medicine swayed, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light, causing this place to be blazing. The intoxicating fragrance became even stronger. The small dragon hanging from the top actually opened its eyes, and it continuously twisted its body towards them. F*CK, you're provoking me. It's not like I haven't eaten the immortal godly medicine before. I'll swallow you later. The large black dog bared his teeth. The immortal godly medicine rose from the ground, extending its roots above the pile of divine source. The entire plant was dazzling with divine splendor, and it flowed like water, completely ignoring them. This immortal godly medicine is too demonic. Yi Fan was also tempted, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately grab it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he took out the unknown immortal treasure that he had obtained from the Chaos Ancient Nest, and he shook it forcefully. The immortal godly medicine was intelligent, and when it saw this scene, it immediately released an expanse of blazing light, and hid in the pile of divine source. Yi Fan was shocked, and he released the immortal treasure, flying forward. Swoosh! As if it had been frightened, the immortal godly medicine instantly rose from the ground, turning into a streak of golden divine light, and flew into the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Capture it! Yi Fan shouted loudly. The large black dog had been prepared for a long time, and he quickly activated the incomplete formation patterns on the horn, crossing forward, and capturing the immortal godly medicine of True Dragon. The void trembled, and the immortal godly medicine shone with dazzling divine light, giving off a brilliant multicolored splendor. The entire nest of 10,000 dragons was filled with a fragrance, and there was a rich fragrance everywhere. It actually broke through the restrictions, opening up a golden passageway in the void, directly reaching the ancient nest that was enveloped by chaos, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it, it's too crafty and slippery, and I can't lock it down at all. No wonder it's all controlled by the ancient emperors. The large black dog was vexed. However, Yi Fan was excited, and he quickly retrieved a small white jade cauldron. He used the Xing technique and rampaged through the nest of 10,000 dragons, collecting the golden divine liquid in the void. It forcefully opened up the great path of the void, and it spat out medicinal blood. The large black dog cried out in shock and rushed over. There were a total of 36 drops of golden divine liquid in the void, and their fragrance wafted into the nostrils. All of the rich fragrance came from them, and every drop was like a golden pearl, shining brilliantly. The dragon fruit of the immortal godly medicine spat out blood essence. This time, its vitality has been greatly injured, and that small dragon has probably lost most of its life. Who told you to provoke it? The Black Emperor laughed loudly. Yi Fan collected all of the golden drops, and closed the lid of the cauldron, and the fragrance disappeared. This was the essence of the immortal godly medicine, and its value was immeasurable. In the past, he had used a portion of the essence of the immortal godly medicine of True Dragon to save the life of a supreme divine king. Let's hurry up and go, Yi Fan said. They had gained enough, and if they continued to stay here, there would most likely be accidents. The few of them used the formation patterns of the Void Emperor to move horizontally, and quickly arrived at the battlefield ahead. At this moment, blood had dyed the cave walls red, and flesh and bone shards were everywhere. Senior, come here. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to the Queen Mother of the West, and then called out to the Wind Tribe Holy Master. Roar. Their roars shook the heavens, and the ancient beings that were infinitely close to humanoid were ferocious and intimidating. They fought in the ancient cave, and the blood of the various lords dyed their long robes. Some grand elders died from time to time, and this place was like an azure field, a tragic sight to behold. Of course, many ancient beings had also died. After all, those that had appeared here were all powerful elites, and none of them were weaklings. All of them had extraordinary abilities. The Queen Mother of the West and the Wind Tribe Holy Master rushed over one after another. With a flash of light, they disappeared from where they had been. Although the corner of the ancient Great Emperor's formation pattern was damaged to an unbearable degree, it was not restricted in this place, and allowed them to leave the nest of 10,000 dragons in an instant. After a short while, their eyes lit up, and they rushed out from the absolute void, arriving in an oasis. What a great disaster! The Wind Tribe Holy Master sighed. I have to return to the Jade Lake to retrieve the Divine City Stone Medallion to save my comrades, the Queen Mother of the West said. I have the will, but the strength is insufficient. After preparing for a long time, I was lucky enough to activate the formation pattern once. I was unable to save those people, and I feel regretful. Yi Fan's expression did not change at all. He clasped his hands in salute, and with a flash of light, he, the large black dog, and the monkey disappeared. He did not need to think to know that this great disaster would definitely shock the world, and he would definitely be pushed to the forefront of the storm, becoming the most popular figure. He did not want to go to the Jade Lake again. He would rather miss the heavenly peach feast that was held once every 500 years and go into seclusion. Let's go to the small town 2,000 kilometers away from the Jade Lake, Yi Fan said, and was going to pick up little Nan Nan. Heading to the nest of 10,000 dragons was too dangerous, so he did not let Li Heishui and the others go with him. Instead, he arranged to meet them at the small town, and they left together. Li Heishui walked up and asked in shock, Little Yi, you're here. Did you really screw over those people? What could I have done? They forced me to do this. Yi Fan shrugged. Heavens, Yi He, you've really gone too far this time. If those people all die, there will be no place for you in the Eastern Barren Territory, Jiang Huairan said. They won't all die. Some people still have spare energy to search for celestial treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons. How can you still laugh? Even if a divine master died, it would still be a great earthquake, and it would cause a great disturbance, Wu Zhongtian said. There's no other way. The divine master of all beginnings has already been killed in both body and soul. At this point, Yi Fan faltered and asked, Where's little Nan Nan? The old sect master of the Yin Yang sect kept her here, and he did not allow us to bring her out of the Jade Lake. Lu Ko was furious, but there was nothing he could do. What? Yi Fan was shocked. The old sect master of the Xianxia sect was at the end of his lifespan, and he had gone to the forbidden land of the barren antiquity to find a way to prolong his life. After seeing the emperor of the ancient Hua dynasty turn into ashes, he chose to leave. Yi Fan had killed the saint and saintess of this sect, and he had great karma with them. Now that he heard that little Nan Nan was being kept by them, he was naturally anxious. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything in the Jade Lake. Little Nan will be fine. Li Heishui's grandfather got the inside information, so he naturally did not follow them to the nest of 10,000 dragons. He stayed in the Jade Lake with many people with special abilities. With them around, little Nan would be fine. Half a day later, the news of the disaster in the nest of 10,000 dragons shocked the world, and the entire eastern barren territory was shaken. The divine master of all beginnings had died in both body and soul, and nothing was left behind. Once the news came out, it caused a great commotion. The vice sect master of the supreme sect of the Central Plains, the divine master of the Yin-Yang sect, who would soon take over the position of the old sect master, was also killed. The younger brother of the Northern Plains Golden Family Lord, a great expert with boundless prospects, was also buried in the nest of 10,000 dragons, not coming out. The Eastern Wasteland's Purple Mansion Divine Lord was almost crippled, and only his head was left. It was brought out, and his body was beaten into a bloody paste by the archaic creatures. Apart from this, 5 Elements Palace, True Demon Hall, Misty Peak, a total of 6 masters had fallen. Meanwhile, a group of supreme elders had died, and many great sects were affected. Blood dyed the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was earth-shattering news that shook the world. Everyone was tongue-tied, and their hearts were greatly shaken. The world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked, and no one could remain calm. How many years had it been since such a disaster had happened? So many masters had died at once. What exactly happened? Do you all know the details? Why did so many masters fall? I heard that it has something to do with the divine body Yi Fan. I don't know if it's true or not. When such shocking news came out, the world was shaken. The people of the world still did not understand the inside story, and they were all asking around. Little Yi, you've become famous, and your name will definitely shake the world. Chapter 5:36. This shocking news spread extremely quickly. It reached all the lands through the realm gates and caused a huge uproar. Many great sects were stunned. This kind of calamity could be considered a world-shaking murder case. Many great figures fell, causing a great earthquake in the eastern wasteland. Did you guys know that the archaic kings are about to come into being? Soon, the heavens will change. This world might not necessarily be ruled by the Holy Lands anymore. They can even kill peak Holy Lords. Those ancient creatures are too terrifying. In the archaic years, they were the true masters of this land. The rumor that the archaic creatures were about to come into being seemed to have grown wings. It quickly spread throughout the boundless land, making many people feel uneasy. Even though countless years had passed, the human race still had some records. Those ancient creatures weren't something ordinary experts could deal with. Rumor has it that this calamity was caused by the holy physique Yi Fan. This child is truly a star of calamity. The 2 words Yi Fan became a phrase that people often spoke of. Whenever this matter was brought up, he would definitely be mentioned. Heroes are dying one after another. The Eastern Wasteland will find it hard to calm down in a short period of time. Is it all related to this star of calamity? People didn't know the truth yet. They only knew that it was related to Yi Fan, so they were all discussing this in shock. The blood of heroes dyed the nest of 10,000 dragons. The disturbance it caused was too great. All the cultivators were discussing this topic passionately. Is all of this caused by the holy physique? It's too shocking and inconceivable. Let's wait for the news. If it really is this star of calamity, I fear there will be no place for him in the Eastern Wasteland anymore. The people of the world were discussing this. Many cultivators were trying to find out the truth, waiting for the Holy Lands and the top sects to make trouble. Finally, someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land stood out. A supreme elder personally announced that he would kill Yi Fan until his body and soul were completely annihilated. Following that, the Purple Mansion Holy Land, True Devil Palace, Northern Plains Gold Family, Misty Peak, and Central States Yin-Yang sect all sent out experts to kill the Holy Physique. At this point, who wouldn't understand that this calamity was definitely caused by Yi Fan? Otherwise, the great sects wouldn't be so angry and declare that they would kill him one after another. This young man with the surname Yi is really audacious. He even dares to provoke the lords of the various forces. The younger generation will surpass us in time. All of this was caused by a little cultivator. How shocking. He really dares to do this, triggering such a great disaster, causing so many heroes to die. It's hard to believe. The youth surnamed Yi is too terrifying, actually drawing out such a calamity. He's truly a star of calamity. Everyone was flabbergasted and practically didn't dare believe all of this. Soon after, the people of the world discovered an issue. There were people from many great sects who spoke out one after another, wishing to kill Yi Fan, but they all did so in their own names. Up until now, not a single supreme sect master or great power had decided to issue in order to kill him. Those great sects are definitely in the wrong. Otherwise, there's no way they would have endured silently. This is interesting. Could it be that the Holy Lands and those supreme sects have suffered in silence and can't stand on the side of reason? The fire of gossip burned brightly in many people's hearts. They wanted to see the world in chaos, so they tried their best to find out more information. This matter couldn't be hidden at all. There were just too many people who participated in the Jade Lake Distinguished Meeting, so how could everyone's mouths be stopped? Everything was spread out. Only after being forced by the various heroes did the youth surnamed Yi lead them into the archaic king's place of slumber. When the mist gradually dispersed, everyone was stupefied. They could only blame those people for rushing into this dangerous place. Logically speaking, these people asked for it, so they deserve it. However, there is no way they will let the matter go so easily. It's rare for these great sects to suffer in silence like this. The cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland were discussing among themselves. They knew that these great sects had suffered a great loss, so they were definitely going to kill. In just 2 days, the voices of many experts sounded from the Jade Lake, requesting Yi Fan to confront them and explain the problem clearly. Confront my ass. Just let them stare helplessly and go crazy. The Black Emperor laughed loudly. Yi Fan didn't have any plans to leave either. He cultivated in seclusion in peace. How could he explain these things clearly? He knew how those people felt. They most likely wanted to pull out his tendons and break his bones. Wan Chu, the Z family, the Yin-Yang sect of the Middle State, and the Gold family of the North Plains were all going crazy. They officially announced that if Yi Fan didn't come out and explain clearly, they would issue an order to kill him. Brother Blackwater, bad brother, tell your grandfather to protect Darling. Nothing must go wrong. Yi Fan only had this one worry, and he didn't care about anything else. That's right, let those holy lands continue to show off. It's useless even if they shout until their throats break. We won't go. The large black dog laughed mischievously. Don't worry, they won't dare to act recklessly. After all, they are in the Jade Lake, so there won't be any problems with Darling, Wu Zhongtian and the others said. The people from the great immortal inheritances were indeed angry. Yi Fan didn't have any plans to show up at all, and treated their words like floating clouds. He didn't fear the so-called order to kill him at all. If Yi Fan still doesn't show up, we will kill him without mercy in the future. Finally, there was a holy land that was furious, uttering this kind of voice, which spread throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland. Yi Fan smirked coldly in disdain. He didn't care at all. As long as his strength improved greatly and reached the Divine Master tier, he wouldn't need to fear anyone, and he could do as he pleased in the world. However, several days later, Lu Ko brought a piece of news that made him frown. The old sect master of the Yin-Yang sect had Lu Ko and the others' grandfather pass on a message for him. My life force has dried up, and I'm about to return to the earth. I've long since become fearless. This old sect master was very benevolent when he spoke, and he looked at the little darling beside him. This old thing. Yi Fan immediately became angry. The old sect master of the Yin-Yang sect was forcing him to submit and head to the Jade Lake. I'm still very young and darling is ill. I have the confidence to establish an immortal empire. Of course, destruction is easier than construction. Yi Fan said fiercely. This was the message he had Lu Ko and the others pass on. This old one doesn't have much time left. After death, who cares what happens? I'll wait patiently. This was what the supreme sect master of the Yin-Yang sect wanted them to pass on. At the same time, the Holy Lands and top sects also became ruthless and announced that they would issue a kill order soon. The Western Queen Mother of the Jade Lake wants to take the little darling away, but the old sect master of the Yin-Yang sect won't let her leave his side no matter what. Jiang Huairan frowned. He doesn't have much time left, and if this old thing goes to the extreme, the successor he chose died in the nest of 10,000 dragons. That's not good. Li Heishui was worried that he would be ruthless to the little darling. Yi Fan stood on the precipice and gazed into the distance. He stood there for a long time before turning around and saying, I'll go to the Jade Lake. No, if you go, the Holy Lands of Wanchu and Zifu will skin you alive. Wu Zhongtian and the others stopped him. Don't worry, I won't let myself fall into danger. Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor to carve formation runes and head to the old land of Merak to see if he could see the old madman. However, they were disappointed. This land was incomparably quiet. Ancient trees towered into the sky and fallen leaves could be heard. There was no sign of the old madman and he couldn't be summoned. Since I can't invite the saints of the present era, I'll bring the ancient saints to the Jade Lake. If they want to harm me, I'll wipe them all out. Yi Fan was truly angered. He used the little girl's life to threaten him, making him harden his heart. If there was no leeway, then in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. They returned to the northern region silently. Yi Fan secretly invited the people of the Jade Lake and told them that he wanted to enter the Jade Lake. Not long after, the Saintess of the Jade Lake appeared and brought a message from the Western Queen Mother to protect his life. Then Yi Fan made great fanfare, fearing that the world wouldn't know about him. He headed to the Jade Pool openly, arriving in this pure land without any fear. The heavenly palace towered on the brilliant golden clouds. It was tall and majestic, dignified and divine. Mist curled around the jade stairs. Strange flowers bloomed and jade grass covered the ground. All kinds of spirit birds resembling golden crows and divine phoenixes danced in the air. It was a magnificent scene. Yi Fan's appearance shocked everyone in front of the heavenly palace. They hadn't thought that he would really dare to come. The younger generation couldn't enter the heavenly palace. The sons of the great sage, the saintess, and the strongest inheritors of the supreme sects all looked over. It was one thing for Yi Fan to kill saintess and sons, but this time, he had indirectly killed some heroes. This shook the entire eastern wasteland. These people all had complicated expressions. Surnamed Yi, you're so cruel. You killed our patriarch. A disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land shouted, his eyes full of resentment. Return the life of our sect master. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect also shouted in unison. Their voices were terrifying. Yi Fan's expression was calm. He didn't even look at them. He walked into the heavenly palace and faced the various heroes. He said calmly, I'm here. Martial uncle, kill him and take revenge for the holy master. Our patriarch died too unjustly. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to appease the anger of the world. At the entrance of the great hall, many disciples were shouting, all of them carrying killing intent, shouting into the heavenly palace. Brother Yi, how can you do this? You caused so many seniors to die. This is an immeasurable loss for our eastern wasteland. Great Yan's Saint's son Xianxia sighed. They were all heroes of the world, heroes of a region. They dominated for thousands of years, but in the end, they died so quietly. Dao Yi's Saint's son also sighed. Kill him. What are we waiting for? Kill him and offer a sacrifice to the souls of those seniors in heaven. At the entrance of the palace, many disciples of the great sects and holy lands shouted. Shut up. Yi Fan glanced at them indifferently. I'm talking to your elders. It's not your turn to speak. Outside the palace, everyone was stunned and then furious. Yi Fan didn't even put them in his eyes. He actually wanted to be on equal footing with their seniors. Let Nan Nan come. Yi Fan stared at an old man with white hair and beard in the palace. In the heavenly palace, white mist curled around the ground. There were many jade tables filled with fruits and celestial wine. The old sect master of the Yin-Yang sect sat cross-legged behind the white jade table. He looked benevolent and was surrounded by mist. He didn't move at all like an immortal. His body flashed, and Nan Nan, who was sitting quietly at the side, was immediately freed. She quickly ran to Yi Fan's side and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Her large eyes blinked as she looked back, afraid that she would be caught again. "Are you okay, Nan Nan?" Yi Fan asked softly. "I'm fine. I just miss Big Brother and Doggy a bit." Little Nan Nan replied innocently. The 2-year-old little guy was like a little porcelain doll. She was carved from jade and extremely cute. "You are quite daring. You committed a heaven-overflowing calamity, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly and disrespect the seniors in the palace. Kill him. Seal his soul in the sea, suppressing eye for eternity." At the entrance of the palace, many youngsters shouted. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He didn't even give them a glance and completely ignored them. This attitude made many proud and arrogant disciples furious. This was disdain, undisguised disregard. He was simply looking down on them. "You are quite daring. You provoked such a great calamity, yet you still dare to come here." Finally, a hero spoke. "I am indomitable and have a clear conscience. Why wouldn't I dare to come?" Yi Fan stood with his head held high without the slightest bit of fear. Good. You have guts." The face of a supreme elder from the holy land of all beginnings sunk. Their holy lord had fallen. This was a heaven-piercing matter, and it was impossible for them to be kind. Killing intent pervaded the air within the palace. Many people stared at Yi Fan as formless killing intent surged. "You are not allowed to bully Big Brother." Little Nan Nan wrinkled her delicate little nose. Her large eyes were black and white, and her long eyelashes were blinking. She spoke in a soft and tender voice. "Uncle Feng said that he will settle accounts with whoever dares to harm Big Brother." The palace was deathly silent. Everyone was silent. Yi Fan was startled. He didn't expect the little guy to be so quick-witted. Chapter 537. A child's words were the truest. What could a 2-year-old girl understand? Perhaps she really did hear these words before, and that was why she said them. Merak's crazy old man was an existence comparable to an ancient saint. He was like a great mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Who wouldn't feel restraining fear? The great hall became silent. What does a little girl understand? She's just speaking nonsense. A supreme elder from the beginning spoke. He didn't want everyone to feel restraining fear because of this. He really wanted to pull out Yi Fan's bones. However, no one echoed him. It was better to be safe than sorry. Everyone knew that the old lunatic had walked together with Yi Fan and was already unrivaled in the eastern wasteland. It was rumored that the ancient saints had boundless magical power and were omnipotent. No one could estimate their power and that they were like gods that walked the earth. It was extremely difficult for such a person to appear even in the ancient era. That was why they were revered as saints. All races looked up to them and all generations respected them. The saint must die. Otherwise, it will be difficult to appease the anger of the people. A supreme elder from the Z Palace spoke. This was the second person to speak. However, the others still didn't express their opinions. It was because they truly felt restraining fear that the old lunatic would really jump out. The ancient saint's gaze could destroy all things. A single drop of their blood essence could kill a powerful existence. They could call upon the wind and summon the rain in the ancient world and were omnipotent. Even a single strand of their hair that naturally fell off was like an ancient divine mountain. It was extremely heavy and could destroy a magnificent army. It could be said that the ancient saints were close to deities. Every drop of blood, every inch of flesh, every bone was a supreme divine object. Their strength was terrifying to an unimaginable level. Even with the protection of saints, we still have to be reasonable. This child is vicious and merciless, causing the death of so many people. They are all old friends of ours, So how can we let him go like this? He should be executed. Finally, a powerful existence from the northern plains Huang Jin clan spoke. He sat majestically on the throne and spoke righteously about killing Yi Fan. Central Continent's old Yin Yang sect master didn't have much lifespan left, but his magical power was heaven overflowing. At this moment, his expression was calm, but his tone was very cold. As a saint, we should be able to distinguish between right and wrong. Killing this child as a sacrifice to the vengeful spirit is not contrary to the saints. Everyone, there is no need to worry. You and I can both kill him. In the main hall, white mist surged on the ground, reaching up to a person's knees. Behind each jade table sat a heroic lord. They were like dormant dragons, and within their bodies hid a frightening amount of blood energy, emitting terrifying fluctuations. At this moment, everyone was moved. Killing intent filled the air, and many people began to speak in agreement. Now, he even dares to kill a saint lord. If he is allowed to grow, he will turn the entire Eastern Barren territory upside down. How can we comfort the mourning souls if we don't kill him? He lured the lords of all sides into a trap and plotted against them. So many people died. How can we appease our anger if we don't kill him? The gunpowder was ignited. Those lords didn't open their mouths, but the elders under them all spoke up one after another, requesting for Yi Fan to be executed. You are all bad people who bullied Big Brother. Uncle Feng will come and save us. Little Nan Nan wrinkled her nose, and her childish words echoed in the main hall. Yi Fan laughed. He swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Why did you all appear in the 10,000 dragon nest? Naturally, it was you who led us there." A supreme elder from the Z Palace shouted. "Who forced me to lead the way to clear my name?" Yi Fan calmly asked. Many people were speechless, and only killing intent remained. And who was the one who repeatedly said that it was a place of great danger and that we couldn't go there? Yi Fan was unperturbed, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. You clearly knew that a great calamity was about to happen, so why didn't you say it clearly and stop everyone? The supreme elder from the 10,000 beginning shouted. Who was the one who slandered me as the inheritor of a vicious person? I tried to stop them, but they tricked me and wanted to kill me. Can you allow me to explain in detail? Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. You are in the right. You caused the deaths of so many heroes, and yet you want to push the blame away. If we don't kill you, the heavens will not forgive us. Someone from the True Demon Hall shouted. The 10,000 beginning divine leader, the deputy sect leader of the Yin Yang sect, the younger brother of the Gold family leader, the Misty Peak master, and the True Demon Hall master were all dead. The Purple Mansion divine leader only had a head left, and the various supreme elders had also suffered heavy losses. There were too many important people who had died, and they naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He just took out a beautiful piece of jade and froze it in the air. Images appeared inside, as well as everyone's words. Why did we enter the 10,000 dragon nest? What happened back then is recorded clearly. This was everything that Yi Fan had recorded with the divine jade. Everything that had happened that day was quickly replayed, and he was forced into a corner. This caused many people to be speechless. Speaking from their conscience, they had all asked for this. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that they deserved it. No matter what, you have caused the deaths of so many people. You must pay with your life. A supreme elder of the Yin Yang sect shouted. 10,000 beginning, the Purple Mansion, the Gold family leader, the True Demon Hall, and the Misty Peak all agreed, their expressions stern. Your mother, the large black dog muttered. It was so soft that it couldn't be heard, but who were the people present? Many people heard it. Where did this dog come from? Beat him up. The lungs of the Yin Yang sect's supreme elder were about to explode. Shut your mouth. The monkey used the murderous weapon that was about to rot as a large club and heavily smashed it into the ground, releasing a loud dong sound. Now, everyone knew that the ancient King clan was about to appear, and they were all fearful of him. They were really afraid that he would summon a few terrifying kings in the future. Everyone, I have already made many copies of this divine jade, and they have already been distributed to various places in the world. Yi Fan spoke unwillingly and said, "If you all feel that I am in the wrong, then let those pieces of jade spread into the world, and let the people of the world judge." Everyone's expression became sluggish. This kind of matter was nothing much if it was spread by word of mouth. If Yi Fan died, the various great sects could casually weave a crime for him. However, if real evidence was spread into the world, it would truly cause many great forces to be badly battered. Yi Fan was fearless. At worst, he would just sacrifice himself and summon the ancient saints to break the seal and slaughter until rivers of blood flowed. The dead are already dead, and the fault does not lie with Yi Fan. Everyone, you should worry more about the situation of the human race after the ancient king clans appear, the Queen Mother spoke. Many people wanted to say something, but it wasn't good for them to refuse the Jade Lake Divine Lord's face. This time, the Queen Mother had made a great effort, and with the Divine City Stone token, she had rescued them. The Heavenly Palace trembled, and many of the Holy Land's disciples were blasted away. 3 experts walked in with large strides, and all of them were imposing and intimidating. The Peacock King had light hair, and he looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. He was very delicate and pretty, but his demonic might shook the world, and a single roar could shatter mountains and rivers. Those people deserved to die. They asked for it. This was the first sentence he said when he came in. It was obvious that he had come to support Yi Fan. This was a character at the top of the pyramid. Like Nangongjing, it was very likely that he would break through this realm and enter a higher realm. Beside him, the Green Flood Dragon King was tall and sturdy. He looked like a middle-aged man, and his blood energy was like the sea, very frightening. The other person was even more terrifying. He wore old clothes as if he had worn it for thousands of years. His bronze skin was dry, but he was hale and hearty. This was the Crimson Dragon Taoist. He was already over 3,000 years old, and was half a generation older than ordinary divine lords. He had almost stepped into the ancient king realm, and was someone who could do whatever he wanted in the eastern wasteland. He dared to hunt down divine lords. Even the monkey frowned when he saw him. Last time in the Divine City, he had suffered greatly at the hands of the Crimson Dragon Taoist. If I kill you, then I kill you. If you die, then you die. What else do you all want? The Crimson Dragon Taoist spoke coldly, sweeping his gaze over everyone. The 3 world-shocking fiend kings came together, bringing with them a powerful pressure, making everyone feel incomparable restraining fear. Crimson Dragon, it's been 1,500 years. You still have the same temperament, meddling too much, don't you think? The Central Province Yin-Yang sect's unmatched old sect master spoke. If you don't accept it, then come and fight. The Crimson Dragon Taoist laughed coldly again and again, not holding back at all. Treating a junior like this, aren't you ashamed? I will protect your divine body. Crimson Dragon, don't think that you are unrivaled under the heavens. We might have to fight. The old Yin-Yang sect master's lifespan was about to run out, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of anything. At this time, the Azure Emperor's descendant, Yen Ryu, also appeared at the entrance of the Great Hand Hall. Her black hair was like clouds, and there was a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She wore beautiful clothes made from mountains and rivers, and she was as pure and holy as a divine lotus. Her style was unmatched, and her beauty was unmatched. However, her appearance made many people's hearts beat intensely, and they had a bad premonition. Everyone knew that the great demons were protecting her, and this represented a kind of will of the fiend race. Regardless of whether it was the Peacock King or the Crimson Dragon Taoist, they could easily borrow an extreme path holy weapon from her. Now, only the holy weapon left behind by the Azure Emperor could be used easily, and there was no need to suppress the so-called foundation. This was the most unstable factor in the current era, and many great sects were deeply apprehensive of it. Greetings, seniors. Yi Fan walked up and bowed. The Peacock King patted his shoulder, and then looked at some sect masters, saying, "Using force to suppress others, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you don't accept it, then come out and fight." The Northern Plains Gold Clan's lords surged with golden essence energy, and said, "What harm is there in fighting? Do you think I'm afraid of you? That's right, let's fight." With so many fellow Taoists here, Do the three of you want to disturb the Jade Lake Feast of Peaches? The Misty Peaks people also echoed. In the Great Hall, many experts stood up, and many heroes also spoke. Killing intent filled the air towards the three great kings of the fiend race. The Jade Lake only holds a feast once every 500 years, and every time there is a battle between holy masters. If you don't agree, then let's meet on the life and death battle stage. Wu Dao, Tu Tian, Jiang Yi, and the others of the northern region's 13 great bandits all stood up, and they stood side by side with the Peacock King and the others. Different camps, accumulated grievances for many years, were about to explode at this time, and many heroes were about to get involved. Everyone, why are you doing this? Western Queen Mother advised. She didn't want a bloody battle to happen. Even though the Jade Lake prepared a battle stage every time, she didn't want to see it. Brother Crimson Dragon, it's been 2,000 years, but you and I are still alive. The Crow Taoist spoke, and he seemed to be very emotional. You are also alive, of the old friends from back then, only you and I are left. The Crimson Dragon Taoist nodded, and he was quite emotional. Everyone felt that things were not good. This living fossil was clearly standing on the other side. If they really had to fight on the battle stage, it would be very difficult to pass this hurdle. The Crow Taoist was definitely a terrifying lord. What, you're not convinced? Let's fight. The Peacock King swept his gaze over everyone again, and he laughed coldly. Chapter 5:38. Peacock King, what do you mean by this? Do you really think we're afraid of you? Do you want to fight? We'll accompany you. There was no lack of people with fiery tempers. A powerhouse from Wanchu stood up on the spot. Their saint had fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their sects experts were filled with anger. Then what are we waiting for? Let's meet on the life and death stage. Although the Peacock King looked like a delicate youth, he had always been very domineering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to kill the wavering light saint. Very well, let's fight on the life and death stage. The powerhouse from Wanchu's side was the late saint's junior brother. He was also a one-legged character. Boom! The heavenly palace boiled as everyone stood up. A peerless demonic king was going to fight a saint. This was definitely a battle of the limelight. This was a gathering that only happened once every 500 years. It was no secret that there would always be such a great battle every time. Saint-level characters are going to fight. This trip is really worth it. A powerful rogue cultivator whispered. A demonic king is about to come out and the supreme experts are going to fight. I'm afraid the sky will be dyed red with blood this time. In front of the palace, many saint children and saintesses' expressions changed. The strongest descendants of the great sects were also excited. I wonder which great characters will take action. It won't be an earth-shattering battle, right? The younger generation was not calm because this was related to their sections. The Crimson Dragon Taoist and the Crow Taoist are old demons who can run amok in the eastern wasteland. Who can contend against them? You're looking down on the Holy Lands too much. There will definitely be 1 or 2 living fossils that can fight against the Crimson Dragon Taoist. They'll definitely jump out. Inside and outside the Heavenly Palace, both the older and younger generations were discussing this matter. Many people were extremely excited. The saint children and saintesses looked at Yi Fan with complicated expressions. He was the only one among the younger generation who could stand in the Heavenly Palace and fight against the older generation. Everything was caused by him. Killing intent filled the air. This battle was unavoidable. Many people's eyes flashed with cold light. They were all lords of their own territories. Once they had decided, it would be difficult to change their minds. They had to fight on the life and death stage. Let's invite the Western Queen Mother to preside over this battle and open the ancient battle platform, said a Saint Lord. The Jade Lake Life and Death Arena was located in the clouds. It was said to never sink and was boundless and indestructible. It could support a sacred lord's battle without having to worry about destruction. The Queen Mother of the West Side, she knew that she could not stop this. The grudges between the two sides had been building up for a long time, and this time, it was only because of the eruption of the situation. Only a battle could solve the problem. I hope everyone can stop here. Queen Mother of the West, Please start the battle stage. A mighty cultivator from the Z Palace shouted and stepped forward. It seemed like he was ready to fight. Activate the life and death battle platform at the Jade Lake. The Queen Mother of the West opened her mouth. Her voice traveled through the majestic palace and traveled through the clouds. At the same time, everyone walked out, their battle intent surging like the sea. There were many figures everywhere. The various overlords were like gods and devils as they stood outside the imperial palace. Their blood energy surged out like barbaric dragons. This was a miraculous scene. From the crown of everyone's head, a blood light as thick as a mountain pierced through the sky like a great dragon. The younger generation were all horrified. This was the disparity between them, an insurmountable chasm. Such exuberant blood energy was like a raging sea that could swallow millions of lives. Rumble, the leaden clouds were like mountains, heavy and heavy, pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. The thick gray clouds seemed to be pressing down on the ground. An ancient aura was emitted from them, accompanied by a strong killing intent. The Jade Lake Life and Death Arena was a huge martial arena. It was built from cliff rocks and every rock had a story behind it. The surface of the arena was mottled with blood. It was unknown how many peerless experts had stood here and fought a great battle to the death. The vast martial arena stretched as far as the eye could see. Many rocks were engraved with the names of experts, and cracks could be seen everywhere. This place was like an ancient battlefield. Although there were no corpses lying on the ground, the aura of the fallen experts was indelible and could penetrate into one's bones. Those who came here would feel as if they had experienced thousands of battles in an instant. They could feel the aura of the deceased peerless experts. One of the most famous martial arenas in the Eastern Wasteland. I wonder which experts will dye the battlefield with their blood today. I still remember the Jade Lake meeting 1,000 years ago. The old Saint Lord Lin Tianchong's aura devoured the mountains and rivers. In the final battle, he killed many powerful experts, but in the end, his lifespan ran out and he died here. I also remember that 1,500 years ago, the peerless monster King Qi Zhangqiong fought alone against the crowd with his snow-white robe. With just one step, he could prolong his life. Unfortunately, his body cracked in the end and all his efforts were in vain. His blood dyed the ancient battlefield red. Many of the older generation recalled the past. Many great battles had happened here as if it was just yesterday. Those people and events hadn't gone far. The Jade Lake Martial Arena was indeed a special place. Every 500 years, there would be world-shaking battles during the Feast of the Peaches of Immortality. No one knew how many great characters had fallen here, leaving behind eternal legends that made those who had experienced it sigh. The Peacock King roared and turned into a 5-colored divine light. He landed on the life and death arena with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Whoever is not convinced, come up here." These words were extremely arrogant. He looked down on all the heroes and wanted to test his sword against the world. Don't be so arrogant. Others might be afraid of you, but I, Yin, am not. The late Saint Lord's junior brother had been waiting for a long time. He turned into a beam of green light and rushed over. Boom! He attacked as soon as he arrived without wasting any words. His 5 fingers shot out thousands of strands of primordial energy that transformed into a sea of swords. Clang, 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 the sound of the swords shook the heavens. The 10,000 blades of primordial energy were extremely sharp. Each slash had the imprint of the great Tao, and it was as if the heavenly Tao was slashing down. I've long heard that Yedian refined a strand of primordial energy. It really is true. No wonder he is so confident. Everyone was astonished. After that strand of primordial energy was refined, its power was unimaginably great. Each sword and imprint shattered the void. A total of 10,000 great Tao imprints descended. Every single one of them could destroy an archaic divine peak and shake everyone to their bones. The souls of many people outside the martial arena began to tremble as well. Terrifying, too terrifying. He cultivated in isolation for 500 years, yet he actually reached this level. He is truly an exceptional expert. Everyone was shaken, and many people cried out in alarm. The 10,000 streaks of primordial sword radiance produced 10,000 great Tao imprints. They actually linked up together and formed the true might of the heavenly Tao. It covered heaven and earth as it descended, shattering all tangible creatures. It left everyone horrified. Yetian immediately attacked. He didn't want to fight for hundreds to thousands of rounds, so he used his most powerful offensive saint technique to destroy a demonic king. The Peacock King roared and the mountains and rivers shook. If not for the martial arena's protection, many people outside would have collapsed. They simply couldn't stop this sound wave. Long. Stars filled the sky, and every single one of them was even more resplendent than the sun. It made this ancient battlefield seem as if it was about to ignite, and it was filled with a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. Stars illuminate the clear sky. One of the most terrifying irregular scenes of the ancient era. Many people cried out in alarm. This was one of the Peacock King's heaven-defying methods. He also used it as soon as he came up. He wanted to decide life and death with a single move without leaving any way out. Zheng zheng zheng, every single star was as large as a mountain. They covered the vast and boundless martial arena and collided with the 10,000 streaks of primordial sword radiance. Dong! It was as if the high heavens had been crushed. That place became a land of destruction. Nothing existed anymore, and no one could see clearly. Pang! The great stars in the sky were extinguished, and only primordial chaos lingered about. Everyone was astonished. Could it be that the Peacock King was killed? Shua! Yetian rushed out. His entire body was covered in blood, and there were many cracks on his body. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. He moved as fast as lightning to escape the ancient battlefield. In the void, the Peacock King stood alone. He released a loud roar, and the enormous martial arena was about to be overturned. The lead clouds were scattered. Yetian cried out loudly. His body split apart in the void, and his head, limbs, and other parts were all separated. Poof! He exploded in the void. He originally couldn't hold on any longer, and now, a loud roar completely shattered him. His body and soul were both destroyed. Everyone was stupefied. A powerful figure of a generation was blasted to death by the Peacock King just like that. He stood alone in the middle of the arena. His black hair danced about chaotically, and his demonic might overflowed into the heavens. I will protect Yi Fan for sure. Whoever is unconvinced, feel free to come up. The Peacock King's voice shook the skies as he stood with his hands behind his back. What kind of spirit was this? There weren't many under the heavens who dared to do this. The outside of the arena was in great disorder. An exceptional figure from the Holy Land of all beginnings died. This was a major event, and it truly left many people stunned. The Peacock King is too powerful. Rumor has it that he has even more powerful trump cards and many heaven-defying methods. Everyone discussed in shock. Li Daoqing, do you dare fight against me? The Peacock King shouted loudly, challenging the wavering light Holy Lord. Everyone was apprehensive. To challenge him in this type of situation, it was clear that he wanted to slaughter the Holy Lord. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If the two fought a great battle, it would definitely be world-shaking. 800 years ago, they had fought for 3 days and 3 nights without a victor being decided. The entire world knew of this, and it shook the entire eastern wasteland. Why wouldn't I dare? In this type of situation, the wavering light Holy Lord directly accepted the challenge. This concerned the dignity of the great sage. Holy Lord, let me capture this little demon. An aged voice sounded, stopping the wavering light Holy Lord Li Daoqing. Senior brother. The wavering light Holy Lord Li Daoqing called out like this. There's no need to say any more. I'll deal with him. This person was old and clumsy. The skin on his body was completely loose, and his flesh seemed to have dried up. His hair was sparse, and he supported himself with a walking stick as he slowly walked out from the crowd. The Holy Lands really do have living fossils in this world. This is the wavering light Holy Lord